First class. Sí, ya fue
day is going to go. We believe that Sean Combs will make a statement, that others will make a statement, the judge will make a statement, and right now the defense is providing their arguments to the court. So we're going to provide you real-time updates. We are also going to take your questions. Any questions you have about this case, submit them on YouTube. We'll answer them here on the air. And I'm also going to bring in my all-star panel for this hour. So we have with us Sierra Gillespie. Well, when it talks to what the potential sentence could be and where Sean Combs might actually serve his time if he's ultimately sentenced to prison. But we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So, Safa, I throw this to you. Super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Great question. I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending. There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand.
Okay, update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence. And Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He is going to serve 85% of that.
85% of that. Okay.
And minus the jail credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture of for us, what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside because, of course, we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people, I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically. Going to you, Saf. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way,
So
we also have
Sure.
And it makes sense because they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand out his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, where does he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his release residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, and as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marianna, Florida. But if he's wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, and then a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant Riggs got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars, and that he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. When we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense. Thus, the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release. And depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But where is it? Okay. So I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I have experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. And he talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change, man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report, and kind of talked about, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter. Um, and yeah, I mean, no conditions in any facility, whether it's MDC Brooklyn or a jail in Mayberry across the country, no conditions being behind bars on a day-to-day basis is going to be comfortable, and it's going to give a person a time to reflect on the things that they've done, the people that they miss, more importantly, family and his children. Other than the victims in this case, I mean, his kids are the other victims, for the reason that he's not with his family right now. One of the things that I'll talk to inmates when they first come to prison is, things are missing. Things are missing in your family, and things are not being done in your community and family when you're incarcerated. So it looks as if, other than complaining about the food and some of the other reports that I've read, that he is spending time trying to reflect and trying to mend some fences. And obviously, of course, nobody wants to go to prison beyond the jail time that he's spending right now. So,
How bad
you
is the
know,
MDC?
it has its challenges. I was an associate warden there from 2013 to 2016. I mean, I faced several challenges there, from a management perspective. It's 1 million square feet of an institution. And let's face it, I mean, I don't think any home or any building should be used 24/7. I mean, if my house, if I was running the water, the shower, and the flushing the toilets 24 hours, and then I have more people in my home than the capacity than it should be, then the conditions in the facility are obviously not going to
Right.
be optimal, and it costs money to upgrade these facilities. And we know that there have been reports of staff misconduct and other issues since the institution was founded back in 1993. So yes, I face challenges there.
Got it.
But at the end of the day, they're 85 to 90% of the staff that go there every day come to take care of business, and they put their lives on the line to keep the American people safe.
Safa, it was a question from me. Curious your thoughts on it. This is from Sunshine Bray. Jesse, do you think AUSA Comey's firing, meaning Maureen Comey, and absence from the sentencing affects the outcome? My answer, no, it shouldn't. I don't think it's going to have any effect. And by the way, she's suing the Trump administration. Side note about that, but no, it's not going to have any effect on it, right?
It's not going to have any effect on it at all. Ultimately, you have the United States government against Sean Diddy Combs. The government and its assistant U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorneys, they all operate as one body. So it doesn't matter if it's Ms. Comey or any other AUSA that is present for sentencing. It's not going to make a difference in the judge's opinion.
They're really talking about right now in court. This is an update, the defense, about the impact that Sean Combs has had. What Nicole Westmoreland says, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just Urban Street where it was upscale. It brought unity and inspired change. Sierra, this is something we talked about before. I'm going to emphasize it again, and I'm curious your opinion about it. When you listen to this about the impact that Sean Combs had, when they talk about all the help, aside from after his conviction, everything that he's done while he was running Bad Boy, and they're playing this video, or they want to play this video. We've been showing B-roll of it that was prepared by the defense this kind of compilation montage video of his life and the good things that he's done. Can't the judge, I mean, say, yeah, but like you were committing crimes during all this? Or, I mean, for people who don't know, even after he made that apology video, after the 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura was released, he was accused of committing more crimes, right?
I mean, yeah, he was. And why are we here today? Because he was convicted of a crime. That's the bottom line that we have here. He committed a crime. It's not an accusation anymore. He's been convicted of it. So it's up to the judge, to sentence on that conviction. So I understand the defense's perspective here, putting forward all of these things, saying, Diddy is a mastermind when we're talking about Bad Boy, not only as an artist, but when we're talking about, a Black owned company that was one of a kind, when we're talking about Sean John and the clothing company and things like that. It makes sense. And it's truly the job of the defense attorneys at this point in the sentencing hearing to paint a positive picture about P. Diddy, to show, his reform that he's had through this entire process, to show in this video, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian's mind that both of these things can be true. He can be a great dad, and also he is a criminal in regards to the transportation to engage in prostitution crimes. So both are true.
And, we get this question from Olga. Why is there no immediate sentence, Sierra? The waiting must be so stressful. Look, it is stressful, but under the law, particularly, right, Sierra, when you don't have an automatic mandatory sentence, it's not like pro forma. It's not like a murder case where we say, oh, they're going to be convicted to, life without the possibility of parole. There's so much discretion here. There's so much for the judge to consider: the pre-sentencing report, probation's recommendation, prosecution's recommendation, defense's recommendation, allowing so many people to write letters and speak in court. Yeah, it's very stressful, particularly probably for Sean Combs, but it's necessary.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be stressful for P. Diddy and his family. Of course, they want to know what the answer is going to be, right? But to your point, Jesse, Judge Arun Subramanian almost has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he does have to sift through so much. Not only did he sit through that, weeks-long trial, hearing all of the evidence and information, seeing some really emotional testimony. Of course, he's a human being. That's going to live in the back of his mind. The allegations that not only was P. Diddy acquitted of, but then what he's convicted of. All of those things paired with, the letters of support from both sides, from Diddy supporting them, supporting him rather, the victims who are saying, wait, this actually was really difficult for me. It was really traumatic. I had to come forward. This affected my life. So either way, it's going to pan out. I think that there are going to be some people who disagree with what happens, right? If it's a win for Diddy, of course, the prosecution and the supporters of the victims are going to be upset. If it's vice versa, you've got the opposite way. So I do think it makes sense to have a hearing like this where we hear from both sides, where we have all of these letters, of course, for the judge to consider all of the elements here, because again, a man's life really hangs in the balance.
It certainly does. Nicole Westmoreland in court just said, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, referring to the work that Sean Combs did. A voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And the note here from the reporting says there was sobbing. So I can't tell if Nicole Westmoreland is actually crying during the course of this. If so, that's notable. Question for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from Griffey. Will Diddy be placed on the sex offenders registry, or is that not a crime he can be placed on?
That depends. It depends on the judge's recommend. I mean, I think it'll have to come in a judgment commitment order. More than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender, especially since that the crimes he committed, he's not eligible, like I said earlier, for First Step Back credits. He's not eligible for the residential drug abuse treatment program, which could have given him up to a year off and a year in a halfway house, depending on how much time he's going to be sentenced for. So more than likely, he probably will have to register as a sex offender.
Honestly, everybody knows about this case. Is it even necessary? Everybody would know what he was convicted of. So it's just a separate kind of practical point of view. Okay, Safa, two questions that are related here. This is a question from Brittany Curry. Is there the possibility of the judge taking into account the fact that Diddy was contacting the victims while awaiting his trial regarding the sentence? Like, okay. And this is from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. I'm not sure if asked and answered, but was the defense contacting witnesses in a threatening manner, causing for one witness to not testify? Is that witness intimidation? Okay, so first of all, I think that second question is regarding Mia, who was going to provide a statement to court, chose not to based on what the defense had written in their letter. That's not witness intimidation, if you ask me. The judge said there was inappropriate language used, but that doesn't rise to the level of a crime. I guess the bigger question is, all those allegations about that Combs was contacting people while at the MDC in anticipation of trial. I haven't heard, unless someone could correct me, I haven't seen the judge reference that yet. That may come up later on. What do you think?
The judge hasn't referenced it yet. I'm surprised the prosecution hasn't referenced it, or they might in their last statements to the court, essentially showing that he has done any and everything that he could to try to come from a place of not taking accountability. That includes reaching out to witnesses and intimidating and things of that nature. And of course, that's going to be the government's argument. The defense's argument is going to be a little different. Their argument is going to say, hey, judge, we have a right to investigate what the government is alleging, and that investigation also includes our investigators going to speak to witnesses, or us confirming what witnesses expect to say, or preparation for trial, which would include having conversations with some of these people that the government is going to put on the stand to testify. So it's fair game either way, and I don't know how much impact the judge is going to give to that. I don't think it's going to be pretty significant if he does, because I think that there are so many other things that are on the table for him to consider. And to the point earlier, I think Sierra mentioned something with respect to, the thoroughness of the conversations that they're having prior to sentencing, is the judge is going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. There are sentencing factors that he has to consider. There's case law that he's considering. And he also wants to make sure, and both sides want to make sure, that the record is perfected, and particularly the defense, if this case goes up on appeal, and the judge wants to make sure that there are no appealing issues as he prepares to hand down his sentence.
Sierra, there's a poll that we have up that's really interesting, because a lot of people have been wondering, okay, what's the impact? What's going to happen? What's your view of Sean Combs? What do you think his life's going to be like after he's ultimately released from prison, if he's sentenced to prison, or if he's released today, which looks unlikely? But has your opinion of Diddy changed since his conviction? So 39% of the people polled say not at all. 32% never liked him. 19% say completely, and 10% say a little. What do you think, Sierra? What's your take?
I think it's an interesting poll, right? To show that a lot of people, it seems as though their, opinions of P. Diddy haven't necessarily changed. And maybe that's because they never liked him to begin with. I mean, if we're talking about, since conviction, he has now officially been convicted of this crime. Okay. However, prior to all of this, we've been reporting on this. Remember, very specifically, the first sidebar, Jesse, that you hosted November 2023, because of course that's when Kathy Ventura filed her bombshell lawsuit. And then after that, it's hard to keep track of the number of civil lawsuits that came out. So perhaps maybe it's all of these people who are watching right now who their opinion of P. Diddy changed back then when we first had Cassie. And then of course, we're talking about Jane Doe or Liza Gardner, etc. All of the many lawsuits leading up to Lil Rod and the many others that trickled out after that. And of course, I'm sure following law and crime coverage of the trial here, where you and Elizabeth Milner broke down everything, I think that probably changed a lot of the court of public opinion about P. Diddy, hearing these allegations against him and what it was really like inside the bedroom or hotel room, rather, what it was like during those, Wild King nights or freak offs. And I'm sure for a lot of people, that could have changed their opinion of P. Diddy. But I mean, I guess it remains to be seen what's ahead for his future, whether he can ever bounce back in terms of, cultural significance. I've said this from the start, I don't think Diddy's going anywhere quietly. Even if people by and large don't like him, he still has his niche section of supporters.
Interesting you say that, because I'm going back to this update from court. Nicole Westmoreland speaking on his behalf. She says he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. Now, I think when she said, I'm sorry, I think she is crying in court. Look, doctor, I wonder if that is impacting the judge here. Maybe not necessarily the emotion, maybe the emotion of the attorney, but talking about the impact he had, the career that he had, the future. I mean, do judges consider the impact that someone can have, the benefit they might have to society?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I've done hundreds of designations for inmates across the country throughout my career. The main thing is, going back to that pre-sentence report, looking at the offense and conduct, and then when had been interviewed, did he take responsibility? Does the things that reports about him teaching these classes, are they backed up by when he met with the probation officer? Did he actually accept responsibility? All those things come into play, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a judgment. So well, if once he's released, he's probably going to be on supervised release. So any travel that he has, he's going to have to go through his probation officer. So during his supervised release, so any travel outside of the jurisdiction that he releases from will have to be cleared by the probation office.
So Safa, something interesting is going on here too. I want to mention Nicole Westmoreland has been saying Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, sorry. Mr. Combs is just a man and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. The judge
Also saying, yes, judge, and it's towing a fine line because in their mind, there is still some dispute on whether or not these are actual victims or dispute about the conviction and some of the conduct or alleged facts that the judge is going to consider. So towing that line between accepting responsibility and accountability for that, but also taking that accountability and highlighting all of the other things that Mr. Combs is known for. And I think that it's very unique here. And I really hope I'm not wrong as I'm saying this. I think that Ms. Westmoreland, she is the African-American attorney on the team.
Yes.
And so I think it's very interesting that she is delivering the statement at this moment for Mr. Combs, who is obviously a Black man who, is one of the pioneers in the hip hop world and in the entertainment world. And again, to her point earlier, is he has been one of the few or one of the first that has been able to sort of leverage, Black or African-American talent and things of that nature into the entertainment industry. And also, to her point, up his impact on her when she had her visit to DC. I don't think that will significantly impact the judge's decision, but it's interesting to see the lens that they are trying to convey to the court through this statement with this attorney.
By the way, Sierra, we put up a poll regarding one of the bombshells that came out today. How do you feel that Diddy lined up speaking events, even though he's in custody still? 45% say disrespectful to victims. 26% say moving too fast. 18% just business, 11% say smart PR. That was a big bombshell, right? And you had mentioned why it confuses you with respect. I think you said the math is not mathing.
The math is not mathing, Jesse. And I'm not good at math, but it's not mathing. Okay. So that poll, it is interesting because while we were on air, you broke that bombshell. And I think I even interrupted you. I was so shocked to hear that according to federal prosecutors, P. Diddy has lined up this speaking engagement for next week in Miami. But let me go back to the math and break it down if I can. So P. Diddy's team, the defense, is asking for 14 months, essentially time served, but not quite, because he was arrested and booked into MDC Brooklyn on September 16th, 2024. So we're not quite at the 13-month situation because right now we're only at October 3rd. So if they're asking for 14 months, let's say they get it. That's what they wanted, right? So that's a little bit more time. I mean, that's pushing us into November. So if he has this speaking engagement rather set for next week, why are they asking for the 14 months? That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, if you're asking me about the poll, I am a little shocked that there is this alleged speaking engagement that he has booked. However, it is P. Diddy, so how surprised should we be?
Dr. Hendricks, that's a good point. Dr. Hendricks, does it make sense to you?
Well, if he gets the 14-month sentence, a year and a day sentence triggers 47 days of good conduct time. So he's already served a year in prison. So if he gets the 14 months, fit from any type of courses because he's going to have to serve a day for a day.
Yep.
At 85% if he does get above 14 months.
Hey, Safa, here's a question for you. This is from Ray Santiago. Can the president pardon him?
Well, yes, he can. At this point, Mr. Combs has been convicted. And so now, if the judge not the judge, but if Mr. Trump wanted to, he could certainly consider a pardon for Mr. Combs.
You think he's going to do it?
Nah. I think there was conversation about it, and then Trump said something to the effect that maybe Diddy was on the opposite side of the political spectrum as him. So I think Mr. Trump's going to leave that one alone.
What did you make, Dr. Hendricks, of the video? So we've been playing it a little bit. Have you ever seen that before, where a video has been put together highlighting the achievements, the career, the volunteer service, the benefits someone has provided to a community? Have you seen that? Has that been effective before?
No, I have not seen it before, but obviously we're now living in a technology age, and I think this may be the start of something. I'm sure other individuals who have access to footage or B-roll or photos that they may be able to show their goodwill in the communities that they come from across the country, they may be able to establish something like that, like Mr. Combs is doing, to show his human side. And this should be something to illustrate for all individuals that are being incarcerated across this country, that they may be humanized, and that they may have to take responsibility for their actions, but they still can contribute something to society as they move forward. So I think this is a good thing that he's doing to show his human side, even though he's convicted of the two counts that he was. And I believe that this could be a start of something in the future for other individuals who are facing federal and state time.
Sierra, there's a lot of question, a lot of feeling about the emotion there today, right? So there's a poll up that says, how do you think Diddy will react when he hears his fate? 37% say he'll be emotional, 29% say calm and composed, 20% will say shocked, 14% say defiant. What is the feeling outside that courthouse? What has been the feeling during the course of this trial? There are complicated emotions for people. I think a big part of it was, the Sean Combs that we knew, the Sean Combs that was beloved, the Sean Combs that was renowned, to hear the allegations against him and to hear what he was convicted of was a shock to many people. And it kind of goes into that poll about, does your feeling about him change? Does your view on him change? But there are complicated feelings where people don't believe the victims in this case. There are people who don't believe he should have been convicted. There are people who believe he should have been convicted across the board. What is that feeling that you're seeing from outside the courthouse and as you've been covering this trial?
I think it's hard, right? Because the reason that we all are following this case is because we know the name Sean P. Diddy Combs because he was a celebrity. And that's really what it is. When we know a celebrity, we know them from afar. We idolize them because of their music or movies, etc. And we don't necessarily know what's going on behind closed doors. But now with this trial, with everything seemingly out in the open, it does, to your point, and that poll we spoke about earlier, change the course of public opinion in regards to P. Diddy and the allegation and now conviction that he has. So I guess it remains to be seen what sort of reaction Diddy himself, Sean Combs, will have when this sentence is handed down. As for what's going on right here, I've seen a little bit of everything. Earlier throughout this live stream today, I've heard multiple people running up and down the street yelling, "Free Diddy." So there are still supporters here for P. Diddy. Additionally, I just saw a man moments ago who came over live streaming and said, "I've been watching Law and Crime. I love you guys." So you know we have people here who are watching our live stream down at the courthouse supporting what we're talking about here. So it's an interesting juxtaposition of emotions here on both sides.
I want to get 2 quick points from both my guests before I have to sign them off. Sierra's going to stay with us, of course. So there's an update here, Dr. Hendricks, from court, Nicole Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge asked Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele says, Brian Steele, one of his defense attorneys, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So we're about to hear from Quincy Brown.
Yes.
No benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison?
Well, I mean, of course, the defense is going to say that because, they don't want their client to be behind bars. So, I mean, but in terms of him, being held accountable for his actions, and the judge is going to have to make that decision. And that's why they have the high responsibility of being a federal judge, is that they are going to be able to measure all of the information based on the evidence, based on criminal history, based on what he can bring to the table in the community later on in his life. And ultimately, that judge is going to have to make that decision. So, but I'm not surprised that his defense attorney said there's no public benefit from it. So, I mean, and that's a question for a lot of different individuals who are incarcerated. But ultimately, he's going to have to take responsibility for his actions, and it may include some jail time.
They're moving pretty quickly, Safa, through these statements from family. Quincy Brown says, this is his son, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next up, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next up, I'm Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Is this going to have an impact on the judge's decision, Safa?
I think it's most certainly going to have an impact. And I think that this, in part, is going to be the defense's strongest tactic to get the judge to come in alignment with their sentencing request. Right now, what you see is obviously the children of Mr. Combs who are really delivering heartfelt, heart impacting, and pulling at the judge's heartstrings for leniency for their father. And these are the individuals that truly have firsthand relationships and that will be impacted the most with Mr. Combs' absence. So I think that what they're going to be saying and what his other children continue to say will have a compelling effect on the judge. So compelling that, he'd give him time served or the 14 months essentially. Probably not. But I think that these statements from the children are going to really echo in the judge's mind as he considers his sentence.
Safa Robinson Ferrer, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate your expert insight and analysis into this as we continue into another hour of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Sierra Gillespie and I will be right back. We have new guests coming on. Again, I said full day affair. We don't know how long this sentencing is going to happen, but we're covering it for you right here on Long Crime. We'll be right back.
who orchestrated these same activities in regards to Stormy Daniels.
Trump was never convicted of the Mann Act, while Diddy was convicted of the Mann Act. You're trying to make it an apples to oranges comparison because both of the natures for sexual in relation, but they're not the same thing.
He asking you what's the difference. The fact that, watch this, hold on, Joe. I'm about to show them that they are, because watch this. If you actually had the ability to check the books, you will find out that the illicit the campaign contributions that they used to pay for the prostitution was also used to pay for the plane tickets to fly Stormy Daniels across state lines.
Once again, he was not convicted of the Mann Act, which is what Diddy was convicted of. He
wasn't convicted. He's asking. That's not what I asked you. I'm saying
that's what I'm saying.
Did what he do fit the same exact bill? Did he not use campaign funds to transport a prostitute across state lines? He just wasn't. He just wasn't
charged nor convicted.
Tried. He was just not accused or tried for a week
convicted
under the Mann Act.
So, like, at that point, it's irrelevant.
You can't talk to NPCs, bro.
I'm not an NPC. It's you're just trying to force it. He's trying to force it into a thing where it's a similar thing. That's all it is.
Here's my thing.
I'm gonna let you speak, and then I'm gonna go.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go after both of y'all. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so he asked you, what's the difference between those two men and their crimes? What is different? We know that one has the Mann Act and the other one doesn't. We understand that. He's asking you, what's the difference between the two crimes? And you keep repeating, he wasn't charged with that crime. He wasn't charged with that crime. Of course, that's the difference. We're asking for the nuance. What Puffy did different from what Trump did?
As far as everything that happened, the thing that they convicted him 34 times of was for using campaign finance funds in an inappropriate way. It doesn't matter what he used it for.
So what way was it? What?
Oh, hold on now.
No, hold on. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. So it does. Hold on. I got you. You're going to go in 15 seconds. Real quick, brother. So it doesn't matter that he used the campaign funds for prostitution. It matters that he wasn't accused, tried, or convicted for it.
It matters, like what I was about to say before you stopped me. It's like your campaign funds have to be used in a specific way. He got convicted because he didn't use it in a certain way. That's what the conviction is for. Like, if he would have, put it, to give you even a better example.
Hold on, to pay for Stormy Daniels?
What I'm just going to
say
is,
yes or no? Yes or no?
Dude, you're not even letting me finish. But like I said,
I want to let you finish.
It wouldn't
even
even
to pay for
matter
Stormy Daniels.
You just actually want to overtalk me. But it wouldn't have mattered if he wanted to take them campaign funds and build a gold statue to himself. He still would have got convicted of those same 34 counts because he got accused and charged and convicted of misappropriating campaigan funds.
What mic gonna bring, yo? What mic gonna bring? Come on now. Yeah, go ahead, Bree. Yeah, go ahead, Bree.
Thank you. Okay, what were we talking about? Trump? Okay, so here's the thing about the campaign funds. I don't feel like so my understanding is his first campaign is where this issue comes from. And my understanding is in his first campaign, he didn't accept any weird money. Like, he got it directly from the people, his supporters. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. So if he wants to spend that money, I feel like his supporters wouldn't give a damn. I feel like his supporters support him to the point where they don't care that he spent his money that way. And that should go above whatever other bullshit. So what if he spent his money on prostitutes? It was for good reason.
Oh no, he did get money.
So he mad at Diddy for spending his money on
I'm not mad at Diddy for that.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Anything? Are we just saying anything?
We're mad at Diddy for spending his money on prostitutes, which he's convicted of. But we find it fine. Hold on, and then we know. Hold on, we know these are all from personal accounts, right? But we're not mad at Trump for using money that the United States populace gave to him because
his supporters gave to him. His supporters,
because they believe that he was of a certain stature, had certain morals,
that had nothing
was
to do
quote unquote draining the swamp.
It didn't change. Just because he fucked some lady a long time ago that was out to destroy his career, like, the fuck, pay her off. I think most of the people that support Trump.
That's what Casey is currently doing today.
I think most of the people who support Trump would not care that she was paid off because she was trying to ruin his campaign anyways. At the end of the day, that's like a campaign expense for real, for real. Hello, get her out the way so we can get back to business. Him fucking her and him spending that money had nothing to do with his ability to be the president. People still trusted him.
Right, but to say that's why he got convicted.
What the fuck kind of argument was it?
If he actually would have came out of his own pocket and paid her, he wouldn't have got convicted.
It doesn't matter. Is he in jail? No.
What kind of arguments do these people come up with?
I don't get it. I don't get what's the problem. Like, I really don't get how that's illogical to you. If there's something that's going to affect the campaign negatively, get it the fuck out the way so we can move on with the campaign. That's a campaign expense.
Nah, that's facts, Bree. You just about your business and you about your bread.
For real.
Well, look, he transported, he transported her, right? So that's the same charge, right? The sex trafficking.
Yeah, that's a Mann Act charge. That's a Mann Act charge.
Fuck the campaign and the money he took and all that. And this is when people throw a lesser argument at you when the bigger issue is still pressing, and you be like, oh shit, like, well, lesser argument. Like fuck that. Fuck the campaign. He did the same crime as Diddy. Didn't serve any charge. We're saying, yeah, Diddy should, not we're, but people are saying, yo, yeah, Diddy should be thrown under the jail. He's a horrible person. The same charge that he's up for was the same charge that Trump was up for, right?
No.
So like, okay, all right. So Stormy Daniels is not sex trafficking.
Yeah, even if it's so throw that nigga under the jail too, bro. Like, I don't understand what y'all.
Well, no. So
that's what we're saying, Smurf. Smurf. That's what we're saying. But since they're not throwing him under the jail, Smurf. They're saying he's fine doing it. So since they're saying he's fine, everyone, Bree just made a eloquent argument. Well, see, the campaign. So his supporters, they don't care, and the DA and that area.
The playing field is not even at all.
Oh, so what y'all saying? Y'all think Diddy ride because Trump ride out?
You have to.
No.
So that's why
They didn't have the same thing, though. That's the thing.
Crazy.
But you have to, though, Smurf.
Titles, so we could, focus on what's really happening currently. Because even though we know that a certain other person should have been convicted and should have done time, this is not with.
That he submitted was a decent effort to persuade the judge. I believe the letter was for the judge and the video was for the public.
We're also here with trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, do you think those statements from the family, those emotional statements from the family where the judge just said, this is important for me to hear, do you think that's going to affect the sentence? Do you think the judge has already gone in with a sentence and may be swayed by what he's hearing? Adante, I think are you muted? Okay, we got you. Yep. You were saying?
That's certainly Diddy's team and his family's hope, is that those cries, those pleas for help, the idea that the punishment is not just borne by Diddy alone, but also by his family, and that can have repercussions as well, is something that the judge should take into consideration. However, when the judge starts off by talking about the guidelines say what they say in terms of 6 to 7 years, you're now having to kind of battle back from that position and identify some points of mitigation that would cause the judge, persuade the judge to go below the sentencing guidelines.
Or do you think it's, hey, I'm not going to go past it. I still agree. He might say, I still agree 5 to 7 years, Dante, but I'm not going to 11. I'm not going past it. That you think that's where these statements, this video could come into play?
Well, certainly it could come into play for that. I mean, look, if you're playing defense, which Combs is because he's been convicted, then you're trying to put a cap on the maximum punishment that you can get at minimum. In your best case scenario, you've provided persuasive information that makes the judge want to depart below the guidelines. which is their best case scenario, right? So the best case scenario, you want the judge not to even reach the 5 to 7 year marker. Worst case scenario, please don't go above the guidelines and hit me with the 11 years the prosecution is banging on their drum about.
Now, we do have a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Such a great super chat question. Bravado Agency, just wait 1 second. I will get to it. I just want to go to Justin Paperny about something. It is important to note, Justin, and I want you to clarify it for our audience, okay? If he is sentenced to significant prison time, so anywhere 5 years and more, how much time will he actually serve? And where do you think he will serve it?
That answer actually helps with the video, if I can touch on that quickly. I think the video does a good job of helping the judge look at the totality of his life, along with the statements from the children and the letters. It's important because these videos and letters lay out some vision of what he will do moving forward. So even if it doesn't directly impact the sentence, there are promises in this copy that the Bureau of Prisons can later use down the road to determine if he is authentic, if he is following through on the commitments that he made in this letter, or he is now asking a case manager to take the totality of his life into consideration in sending him direct to home confinement. So that's why I think it's important for the mitigation. The question is, will he follow through? I think he will, given what he's done while he's in custody. I think a lot of it's been impressive. To the sentence, based on this crime, as I understand it, he would be ineligible to get earned time credits under the First Step Act, a law that President Trump signed in 2018. These earned time credits can take up to 1 year off of your sentence. And with BOP directives, these credits can continue to stack. As a result of this conviction, he is ineligible. So that's additional time he would serve in prison. If the sentence, I presume, is 3 years or longer, if I were betting, he would eventually get transferred from MDC. Per the First Step Act, they want to send you to a prison within 500 miles of your release address. I presume it would be a low security prison. If in California, most likely Lompoc or Terminal Island here in San Pedro. If it's the short sentence his legal team is asking for, probably 3 years or less, with good time together with what he served, he may say, I'd just like to finish the rest of my sentence here.
Yep, very consistent with what Dr. Hendricks was saying. I think we're working on getting Sierra Gillespie up. As we do, I just want to go now, Rich, to Bravado Agency. This question, the super chat question, Rich. Judge Subramanian, clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She embraced her judicial role with the solemn responsibility of following the law. How might this influence affect Judge Subramanian today?
Well, I don't know if it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg connection, although she was, of course, one of the significant Supreme Court justices of our lifetime and a great place to clerk. Judge Subramanian, I think, has been trying to act within the scope of the law throughout these proceedings. I think he wants to follow the law, and obviously no judge wants to get reversed, so they always try to follow the law. So I do believe he's going to do his best to consistently adhere to the legal principles and guidelines. That said, at the end of the day, he has some discretion in sentencing. That's what sentencing is all about. That's why even the proposed, the PSR is in a range, and he can go outside of that range, acting consistently with the law. So he will try his best, and we will see what he comes up with.
Well, I'm here with Sierra Gillespie as well. Raises an interesting question. We got this question here from Luna Wolf WY. Do you think, Sierra, do you think people will protest and or riot if he gets the max time? So I guess they're referring to what, 20 years in prison, which seems unlikely. You're outside that courthouse. You're looking at the scene. I hope for your sake and everyone's sake that doesn't happen, but what do you think?
I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a 20-year sentence here today. I mean, I think that seems pretty extreme. We could maybe rule that out. However, I could see if there is a lengthy sentence that the people here, just based on the vibe, could do something. I mean, last time I was here when the verdicts came down, I know I keep talking about this, but it was very notable that people were squirting baby oil and lube at the courthouse here, the federal courthouse in the Southern District of New York. I mean, it's New York. Anything can happen here. There have been people up and down the streets yelling, "Free Diddy." There have been people running behind me in my live shots and pointing at the monitor saying, "That's Jesse Weber." You know, people do not mind coming up to us. People do not mind yelling. I mean, so I think there are a decent amount of Diddy supporters here. And if there was a sentence that wasn't great for P. Diddy, I'm not surprised if I'm going to hear some people yelling. Maybe I'm going to see some more baby oil and lube shouting. I mean, there are police barricades and there are officers around in case things do get out of control. And again, when the verdicts came down, there were police officers here who had to control traffic. There were so many people, and it had a heightened sense of security here. So, I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what the sentence really is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some outbursts from people here in New York.
And just so you know, I pay those people very well to say those comments about me. But that's a side note. Justin, got a poll question we put in. Put it up. Do you believe Diddy's claimed transformation? 63% say no, it feels like damage control. 19% say yes, people can grow. 11% say hard to say. 7% say maybe. The reason I'm posing this question to you is because Diddy, in his letter to the judge, talked about how the MDC changed him, talked about the good that he can do on the outside, how this has been a transformative moment. We haven't heard from him in court yet. But look at this, what it seems to be, people are very skeptical about this idea of him being transformed. Your take on it?
So I can understand the skepticism. I've been to prison, and a lot of people make a lot of claims. I can understand it's in his lawyer's interest to talk about the transformation. I think they're doing a pretty good job. I'm a believer or buyer because we're beginning to compile some evidence from people inside of that prison who are willing to put their name to a letter that says, he is impacting me, he is helping me. There are people that go to prison who play the victim all day. They blame, they excuse, they watch television. They do nothing to try to contribute. So I find it very helpful. I find it positive that while he's been in this really difficult detention center, stripped from his family through his own bad choices, he's making the most of the experience. In my opinion, that's the biggest mitigation argument that he has. There's no doubt how much his children love and support and miss him. And I can understand a judge might say, if you were so concerned about your children, you might have given more thought to your conduct. I've been to enough sentencing hearings to know. So the children have done an excellent job. I think his lawyers are doing a very good job of doing what they're paid to do. To his mitigation, avoiding problems, which you shouldn't be rewarded for if you're compliant, but still a lot of people are not. The best thing he has going for him, even if it doesn't directly impact his sentence today because it could influence a case manager down the road, is the work that he has done while he is in custody to provide value to those who have not had the opportunities, the benefits that he has had throughout a lifetime. I think it's real. I think it is significant. And I think the judge may comment on it. But if not, you could expect a case manager down the road to be influenced if he continues to do it. It just doesn't stop at sentencing. He's continuing to build a record for the rest of his life, frankly. This isn't a legal strategy for him. It is a mitigation strategy for his children, for his family. But I think it's very genuine what he's done, and I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage him to continue whatever the number is today.
So we have an update from court. That video that they were playing is over. It's been played. Right. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Brian Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge says, any more lawyers? Brian Steele says, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. They're going to resume now at 2 p.m. Eastern. Adante, this may take quite some time. Is this typical? Is this typical to see a sentencing on these kind of federal charges take a full day like this?
It's not typical to see a full day of a sentencing. However, I don't think it's the charges. I think it's who is being charged and who is being sentenced is why it's taking such a long time. It's not uncommon because you do have to have, both sides, if you will, not only the court weigh in with the sentencing and its analysis, but also the prosecutors and whoever the victims want us to talk. And of course, here, the defendant has an opportunity. So it's not a quick situation like you might see in state court where, a person could be sentenced within about 15, 20 minutes. This is a federal court, and so it's a much more elaborate process. Nevertheless, what I think you see here are two titans if you will. You have the United States government on one side, and you know they're asking for 11 years. They're beating their drum. They're pulling anything and everything that they feel the court should consider. But the defendant also has the right to do that. And he's well-heeled. He has a number of attorneys looking at it, and they're going to play all the angles to Diddy's benefit. And keep in mind, the judge should and is instructed to take into consideration more than just what was in the four corners of the conviction. The judge could take in all the other testimony that was about other bad acts, but at the same time, the defendant gets to present the court with all of the things Diddy has done, be it a school that he funded in his neighborhood, provided free education and boarding to people, and all the other generous acts that he's done over the years. The judge has to then balance all those things to ultimately come out with the sentence. And of course, we're all waiting with bated breath to find out what that will be.
Rich, I want to jump on something you mentioned before, his letter to the court. By all accounts, Sean Combs is going to provide a statement in court today. It may echo what his letter said. I was playing before his apology video that came out after the Cassie tape was published by CNN. A lot of people didn't buy it. They didn't believe him. He was also accused of committing crimes after that video came out. What can he say in a best case scenario? What can he say? What can he do that may affect the judge's decision here, given that, as you said so well, that the judge has a lot of discretion here?
I think the themes that he wants to hit on, and they were in his letter, are remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And Justin really spelled this out well. I too thought that is by far his strongest argument, that he can do good and is already doing good and is really capable if he's earnest about it. This is someone who's capable of doing immense good in the public if he gets out and if he does it. And I think that is his strongest argument. He needs to be careful, though, because there were things in the letter that the judge didn't like and the prosecutors harped on. He can't say anything negative about any witness or any victim. He doesn't want to say anything to deny committing these crimes or to deflect responsibility. He was pretty good in the letter, but he did sort of say something about Mia that I think was misplaced in that letter. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to keep it short. He wants it to be heartfelt. I assume he's not going to read something. He's going to use his presenter ability. And to your point, Jesse, about how this is taking a long time, for better or worse, this is a very well-equipped defendant, right? It is the rare defendant that can produce a video to play at their sentencing hearing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Or bring in, multiple children and a reverend and other impact statements and have multiple lawyers make arguments and then get up and say something. So there is a lot to be said. But when it's his turn, remorse, regret, rehabilitation, sit down.
So that's a really good breakdown of what he needs to do. And it's interesting, Justin, because I'm thinking about it. On one hand, the judge could say, my gosh, it's so unique what Sean Combs has been doing in prison, helping his fellow inmates. We got a lot of letters from people who say he's changed their lives. He may be committed to doing well on the outside. Could the judge take the other view? Well, not everybody's in Sean Combs' position. Not everybody has the ability to teach business classes and use that for their benefit at sentencing. And if I use that to benefit him, that places him in an unfair position. And I'm curious, whether the judge may say something like that. And while it's great what he's doing and commends him for doing it, he can't use it as a deciding factor to determine what his sentence should be. I'm just curious your opinion on it, Justin.
So there's a nonprofit I'm affiliated with called Prison Professors Charitable Corporation that is in every BOP prison. It influences millions of people, and a number of people will volunteer to that nonprofit. And it's been very helpful through sentencing hearings, and judges have commented on it. It has never been harmful. I don't think this work that he did would be harmful unless you have the lawyers or Mr. Combs try to oversell it, right? The impact of it. Or if it wasn't real. I've been to sentencing hearings where judges will say, yes, I saw you go to the soup kitchen once a week. You've truly changed the world. And any volunteer work is clearly working against them. So I think it has to be realistic. It has to be measurable. I think 1 year is a sustained period of time. I don't think you should punish him for having skills that he's choosing to use to help people. What's the alternative? Sit there all day in isolation and complain? He shouldn't be hurt or impacted negatively by trying to help people. Some people try to oversell it. It doesn't appear as if he has. I would argue that for him to get maximum benefit, regardless of the sentence today, as someone who's been to federal prison, but I was in federal prison in 2008 when there was no prison reform. There was no agenda to advance my release date. Measures have changed through the First Step Act, more that we think is coming. So it's really in his interest whether he gets 5 years, 7 years, 11 years to say, Your Honor, regardless of what happens today at sentencing, I'm going to continue this through my sentence, probation, for the rest of my life and use this experience as an asset to influence many of the brothers that I have met here in prison.
Okay, so I have big news. Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, is with us right now. She is straight from the courtroom. She was in there for the entirety of the day so far. Elizabeth, it is so great to see you. I have to start with this. You can tell me how Sean Combs appears, how he looks, but you got to tell me what the emotion was like in the courtroom in the past hour. We're reading about it. We're hearing what his children, his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, that they were sobbing, but I don't know if it's really doing it justice for what the feeling is like in that courtroom. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. Well, when Sean Combs first came into the courtroom today, you know, we were knowing what the tone would necessarily be. Would he come in? Would he appear confident? Well, when he did come in today, he was kind of in, he was in civilian clothes. Now he wasn't in the MDC jumpsuit or anything like that. He was wearing a tan sweater, white undershirt, dark pants, all of his tattoos covered up. He waved at his family and he did prayers hands to him. And I noted even in my notes, because we're not allowed to have electronic devices when we're in the courtroom, just about how nervous, to me at least, he seemed while walking in. And I can only imagine how he feels being in that predicament. He is facing sentencing. It could go either way. I think a lot of people obviously are anticipating what that sentence will ultimately be, but you could tell like it felt like the weight of the world was on him. And then I think, Jesse, honestly, when, you know, we had an attorney speak before Nicole Westmoreland came on, that was Jason Driscoll, really kind of honing in on kind of some of the legal arguments. But I was very surprised, honestly, to see Nicole Westmoreland get so emotional during this sentencing, you know, and it really kind of began when she started talking about Revolt Television and all of Sean Combs's accomplishments, something that the defense, I feel like, has been using this as a way to kind of appease to not only the judge, but possibly the public in terms of his redemption when it comes to just wanting people to not think about this case, not think about the trial, not think about these allegations, but more so really just talk about his accomplishment and what he's done for the community, and more specifically what he's done to the Black community. And so Nicole Westmoreland really getting emotional when she was talking about how he spent a lot of time helping his community, how he helped break the chain of systemic racism, how he opened 3 charter schools in poverty-stricken areas, how he employed thousands of people. He gave opportunity to inner city individuals. His companies were very diverse. He inspired generations to follow. They were talking about vote or die. And then Nicole Westmoreland kind of made it a little more personal, where she was discussing how some of her interests were where she was super passionate about mass incarceration. She went to an event 8 years ago, and who was the speaker there? None other than who would end up being her client years later, and that was Sean Diddy Combs. And she said that he had said something along the lines of, listen, everyone, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put those actions behind your dreams. And she said that pretty much changed her life. She says, Mr. Combs isn't larger than life. He's just a man who made mistakes. And then I think the tears really started to fall when the children came to speak at the podium today. And it wasn't even necessarily a situation where they were rushed over into the front of the courtroom and all had to turn. It was really just kind of a simple, casual measure. They all got up to the podium. They all stood together, and it's 6 of them, minus the 7th child, that being, of course, baby Love, who's only 2 years old. Didn't see her in the courtroom or anything like that, but I did see her mother, Dana Tran, inside there. But all the kids lined up at the podium. It's seated near the jury box. And Quincy Brown speaks first. And I think what's important to note is Quincy Brown, his biological father is actually Albie Shura, who had a relationship with Kim Porter. They were together. But Sean Combs adopted Quincy when he was very young. And then there was kind of some talk before, prior, just about the relationship between Quincy Brown and his biological father. But in terms of what he was speaking about today in sentencing, he said that he's our father. In front of us, we see a changed man week after week. We can see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom. Now, Justin Combs spoke afterwards. Christian Combs spoke after that. But Jesse Combs is really where it started to kind of pick up in terms of the emotions again, where she immediately started crying. And I can only imagine how that feels to speak in front of not only the judge, but in front of your father, in front of a whole bunch of people in the media who want to hear what the kids have to say. Because even though we saw them inside the courtroom, Jesse, even though we've seen them in passing in the cafeteria and other things like that, this is the first time we're really kind of hearing them speak about how their lives have been impacted by Sean Combs's the allegations that have been against him and the conduct, all of that stuff. But they said right up the front, they were like, we're not here to make excuses for him. We aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our lives. Jesse Combs talking about how she lost her mom, that her mom being Kim Porter when she was very young, and that Sean Combs promised to be there to keep them safe. Then Chance Combs spoke afterwards, and she said that we're just daughters who need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind now. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man. He wants to be a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I see glimpses of our father during that. She said our sister deserves, and that the sister being 2-year-old Love, deserves a father who is present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to bed, something that all kids want from their parents, right? Then Delilah Combs afterwards spoke after Chance. She said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. And she says that these are the years that we'll never get back. She says, I know that the missing years hurt because we lost our mom and they've already lost so much. So really that was kind of a time where we were really kind of seeing everyone get a little emotional in terms of people on the defendant's side. Sean Combs himself, I think it was a moment where we were kind of seeing him inside the courtroom at the defense table really kind of turn and look at his children. Kind of hard for him to keep a straight face with that. Like, he was so emotional, which I understand. He's a father, and he's a father to many children, and the kids have gone through a lot in their life. And so it was very emotional, Jesse. I can definitely say that. It was a lot of tears inside the gallery, especially on Sean Combs' side, but definitely from Sean Combs himself too. He was very emotional while his kids were speaking.
There's a lot at stake today. It's not surprising you're seeing this. By the way, before I ask you something else, I just have to let you know the amount of love that you're getting online is quite palpable. Basti failed. Greetings, my queen. We love you in Germany. Christina Lester, super chat comment, who's been great today. Tell Elizabeth her skin is glowing as per usual. Nikki Hayes, how are you, Elizabeth? We heart and appreciate you. Anto Grego, beautiful Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Love you guys. You make a great team. Maylin Bourbon, oh, how I missed the chat, the lunchtime show, and the Long Crime team and panel. Long Crime, thank you for all your hard work. So, and super chat question from Mike. What's the update? Well, I think Elizabeth just laid out the entire update. I will ask you this. There was a question from the lone medic. How long does Elizabeth think Diddy will be sentenced for? Wasn't there a comment today, Elizabeth, from the judge that he does not see any reason to deviate from the guidelines of 5 to 7 years?
Yes. And so there was a lot of math that I was honestly doing, Jesse, because when they're talking about the sentencing guidelines, they're always talking about it in ranges of months. And so because there are 12 months in a year, I'm having to do quick math. So really what the judge is kind of looking at and what the PSR recommendation was 70 to 87 months, which by my calculations, because I don't have a calculator inside that courtroom, about 6 or 7 years. So I could see it possibly being definitely on the higher range than maybe the defense was expecting. I think especially in terms of the judge's tone today when he brought up that Sean Combs had been talking publicly about possibly doing an in-person speaking engagement in Miami. I think actually I take that back. It wasn't the judge who brought that up, but it was more so the government who specifically brought that up, because it seems like from the defense's side that they were expecting possibly for him to be released today, pending the outcome of what the sentencing may be. And so, in terms of my personal opinions, I don't think the judge's death is going to be lenient today. And I don't know if necessarily the victim impact statement, seeing the video that played inside the courtroom, hearing from Sean Combs's children, hearing from his defense attorneys will sway him in any type of way. I think he's probably already has his decision already made. But if I were to have my guess, I wouldn't put it past him to have anything below 2 years, and possibly with the possibility of time served, that's only another year in prison. And so we'll see what the outcome will be once that sentence is eventually handed down, which will be later this afternoon for sure, possibly.
Yeah, so we have a question also, and I apologize if you answered it before, but it's this is from Rebecca L. What is Diddy wearing today?
Yes, well, Rebecca, Diddy is wearing, because I always write it down, whatever he is wearing inside, is wearing a tan sweater, a white undershirt, and he's wearing dark pants today, which is different from the last time I actually saw him in the courtroom, and that being the hearing that happened just last week when he actually appeared in the MDC jumpsuit. And so still kind of a similar color, but definitely in civilian clothes as opposed to last week's hearing.
And by the way, this revelation that Mia, who is one of the victims in this case, claimed that Sean Combs sexually assaulted her. She was supposed to provide a statement today. She had provided a letter to the court. The defense objected to her providing a statement in court. She didn't want to speak today. I mean, can you talk to us about that revelation too? That happened at the beginning of the day.
That was a big revelation. I was expecting to hear some in-person victim impact statements, especially from government witnesses. And so it was a big shocker when Christy Slavic said today that Mia no longer wants or wishes to give a victim impact statement. And she, Christy Slavic had said that Mia had submitted a written statement, and that was the same letter from the government sentencing memo. And then it was interesting, Jesse, honestly, to hear the judge kind of get a little kind of testy a little bit with the defense's side, because he pretty much said the tone of the defense's letter in response to Mia giving a victim impact statement was just inappropriate. And the tone of that letter was pretty harsh. It was kind of the same tone and impact that the cross-examination was, where they set out in legal filing, they called her a liar. They said that she was having kind of a fake demeanor while she was on the witness stand. There's all of these things. So it, honestly, Jesse, it wasn't too much of a surprise that she did end up changing her mind, but I can understand why she might have been apprehensive about coming into court today, especially given the defense's response to her just wanting to give a victim impact statement, something that we see that's pretty routine in these sentencing hearings.
So, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Excellent reporting. You're going to come back later on. We will see when the sentence is handed down. And also, Elizabeth's going to be on with me for a special sidebar later when we break down everything that happened in court today. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So Sierra's going to come back on in a little bit. All my guests, Rich, Justin, Adante, stay with me. We're going to take a quick break on our end. The court is currently in break. When they come back, we'll come back and we'll continue to provide live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing day. Stay with us.
Yes.
It's looking like the sentencing's done. Diddy got some new charges. We gonna go to Clubhouse and we gonna hear what they gotta say. So yeah, just give me a second while we work this out, please. Oh, yeah, there's a lot to be interesting. Let's go.
I thought they wanted to give me order. Give me a moment.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey guys, it's Leah. We're here at the courthouse. We're here at the courthouse. Hold on, he's gonna see if the wait, do you hear anything? Hey, 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 hey. We're here, we're here, we're here at the courthouse. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. You're not hearing an actual voice? No. Hold on, he's changing it. Hang on, because my Fox is helping me. Thank the Lord for them. Can you hear us now? Can you guys hear us in the LA office? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, but they gotta hear me over in LA. Hello? Line level? Hello, 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 hello. We're coming to you live from New York City. Can you guys hear me? Coming to you live from New York City. Hold on. Hey, 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 hey. Coming to you live from New York. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello, 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 hello.
And welcome back to our live coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing out in federal court in downtown Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Really, thank you so much for joining us. We are waiting for what that official sentence will be. We're waiting for the court to start up again. And it was a highly emotional moment earlier on today when several of Sean Combs' children took the stand and provided impact statements, provided statements to the court, asking the judge to be lenient in his sentence after Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution in his trial over the summer. We reported earlier on that it seems the judge has indicated that he will not deviate, or let me rephrase, he sees no reason to deviate at this point from the recommended sentence of 5 to 7 years in prison. There is something potentially that could change his mind to go one way or another. Remember, his defense attorneys were asking for 14 months. Prosecutors were asking for 11 years. There is an unknown here. We don't know which way the judge will actually go. But as we talked about, Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom, these were highly, highly emotional statements where you heard crying, sobbing. Sean Combs was getting emotional. It's being reported by NBC that more than 30 members of Sean Combs' family and friends are sitting in the first several rows of that courtroom. Obviously, there's no cameras there, but we're doing our best to update you in real time about what's happening. As soon as they go back live, we will let you know. But right now, I want to discuss what we're seeing, what is happening. I want to bring in trial attorney Adante Pointer. I want to bring in prison consultant Justin Paperny. I want to bring in litigator Rich Schoenstein. And also we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who's outside that courthouse. But Justin, I'll start with you. There was something that you said about what Elizabeth was referring to. Elizabeth was talking about what she was witnessing in that courtroom, what the feeling was like, maybe where the judge might be going. What did you take away from it?
About 10 months ago in an interview with Elizabeth, she asked me, so like, what is success for Sean Combs if convicted? And success would be trying to get the shortest sentence possible, of course. The guideline, 70 to 87, that's still a year and a half of his life. That's a big range. So even though the judge is inclined to give a sentence within those guidelines, it would be really successful for Mr. Combs if he got that 70 or 71. And maybe the video, the letters, I'm hopeful the work that he has done while in custody could convince this judge to give him the shortest sentence possible. I do think there's value he could provide to the community, provide there's some metrics that are holding him accountable. He would be on supervised release, but that would be a huge win, I told Elizabeth, and I remind everyone right now, that is a big gap. 17 months is no joke. And perhaps his lawyers, but moreover, the work that he's done on the inside could convince the judge to give him 70 months. That would be a massive win for him.
Rich, you were listening to my description of the statements from the children as we were talking about in real time. You heard Elizabeth's description. What were your thoughts on whether or not that's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing here?
I don't think it's going to have an impact on the judge's sentencing. And I want to bring back one of my themes here. There are two things going on today. One is a genuine effort by the defense to influence the judge's sentence. And the second is making a public statement on behalf of Sean Combs to his fans and to the rest of the public about him. I thought the video was targeted at the latter effort. And the children, too, I think is more part of the public effort to vindicate him and tell his full story. A federal judge is not going to pay any heed to the fact that Sean Combs has children. There are numerous people in the criminal justice system in prison who have children, men, women, prisoners with children, and that is not a basis to reduce a sentence. And in some ways, the fact that he has children should have increased his vigilance, should have been further responsibility for him to act appropriately and not commit crimes. So I don't think it's a successful argument for the courts. I think it is potentially a successful argument for the public-facing portion of his presentation.
Why then, Rich, did the judge say that was important for me to hear? Not just thank you, appreciate your words, that was important for me to hear.
Well, I do think the judge wants to give a voice to everybody affected. One of the purposes of a sentencing hearing is to allow victims to be heard, is to allow family members and other supporters to be heard and to express themselves publicly. And I'm sure the judge was acknowledging them. Those family members haven't committed any crimes, and they have been hurt by this. Don't hear me as saying there is not something real and dramatic about a child being deprived a connection with their parent for a substantial period of time. That's horrible. And I think the judge was acknowledging that. I just really don't see it impacting the sentence.
So
one thing that, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Dante, I was just going to ask you about something about this, about your reaction to this, but also I should note what we can expect, right? What we can expect for the rest of the day. We understand that 2 more of his lawyers will be speaking. Sean Combs will be making a statement. A reverend's going to be making a statement. I'm not sure if the prosecution's going to be calling anybody, or they may just read letters into the record regarding maybe some of the victims. But your reaction to what Rich said, and also what we can expect for the remainder of the day. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, sure. I mean, kids certainly give a perspective, and I think it's an important one because who they're dealing with and what they've described is, hey, we've seen our own father change, be more patient, more guidance, more present, even though not physically present, but perhaps more emotionally present and giving more sound advice than the entertainer and the person who was zipping across the world for these sexcapades or freak-offs. So I think it's important that their perspective was heard. At the end of the day, I agree with Rich. I'm not sure how much it's really going to sway the court because there's many defendants who come before a judge who have kids and all kind of family obligations, and they still get sentenced to long and hard time. So I don't see that as being determinative of the sentence, although it's something that will be taken into consideration. But will it impact it? Probably not. And to go to what you said earlier, or what was said in terms of there's a year and a half or 17 months, if you will, of time difference between the bottom range and the top range for these charges. And as being someone who's visited clients in prison, being somebody who's represented clients in these cases, be it in state court or federal criminal defense cases, every day in custody is equivalent to 1,000 days here in the free world. So we talk about numbers, we talk about months, we talk about years somewhat cavalierly. But when you're facing that time and you have to do that time, all of those days, months, years, hours, and minutes and seconds count. And it's something not to be taken lightly.
Now, Justin, I'm going to have you jump in on the conversation, but I also want to read you something. I want to read you a paragraph from Sean Combs' letter to the court. He may echo similar statements when he provides a statement to court today. For over a year, I've been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There is no natural clean air. There's no sunlight. We all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Again, I am not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there, why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. And I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be in prison. It is harder to be in that facility. Most people would say, I'd rather endure 2.5 years in a minimum security camp, 3 years than 1 year at MDC. I think that accounts for something. To the comments about children, I'm hopeful that the judge does look at the collateral consequences that follow for his life. Because whether he gets 70 months, 87 months, or 14 months, or the 11 years, this is a lifelong stain that he needs to work to overcome, indeed for his children too. So I'm hopeful, because I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months, or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He could be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children. And I think the video and these letters can be impactful. And that's what good mitigation should do, address all of these collateral consequences. Because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank JP Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up. So if you have questions about the case, the sentencing, please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in New York per se, but you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people from prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, you know, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, you know, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the 4 corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex and essentially be a voyeur. You know, I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that, you know, that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there's just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in the courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, you know, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see that we're not, in my opinion, looking at 11 years for this particular charge.
So, by the way, I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening in court. The afternoon session is back. The judge is back. Sean Combs is back. Apparently, he did a prayer gesture, blew a kiss toward his mother, Janice Combs. It looks like we're going to hear more from the defense. By the way, Rich, you go to letters that the prosecution has submitted. Deontay Nash, who was the stylist who testified for the prosecution, in his letter, true change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability. It is avoidance. Mr. Combs repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. Real transformation is consistent, honest, and uncomfortable. It does not depend on who is watching or what outcome is desired. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. He goes on to say, Judge, this is not a good man. You know what's interesting about that is earlier today, Judge Subramanian made the comment that it appears that Sean Combs is not really denying what he did or not accepting responsibility for what he did, the transportation to engage in prostitution. I wonder if the judge is going to be persuaded by a letter like this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the theme I was talking about remorse, regret, and rehabilitation. And this goes to remorse and regret. So Sean Combs has repeatedly taken responsibility for the one videotaped act of violence against Cassie, which he sort of had to because it's captured on video and it's horrific. And he has taken responsibility. He has apologized for that, and he apologizes for it in the letter. And in the letter to the judge, he sort of vaguely takes responsibility, and he says he'll never commit another crime, but he doesn't specifically take responsibility. Now, juxtapose that with his courtroom strategy, which was, as the judge said, a full-throated defense against the charges he was ultimately convicted of, arguing today that the victims aren't really victims of this account of these crimes and shouldn't be allowed to speak. And it's hard to reconcile someone who says I'm remorseful and regretful with a legal posture that says he didn't commit these crimes and there weren't any victims. And I think the judge is struggling with that a little bit. Anybody can, on the eve of sentencing, say, I'm sorry and I've changed. So the question is, are they really sorry? And have they really changed? Or is that just performative? And there's at least some concern in this case that it's performative.
By the way, we have an update in court. They're back, right? So judge has asked Mr. Steele. Judge has said, Mr. Steele, Brian Steele has said, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. Sierra Gillespie, you're outside that courthouse. You've been providing updates about what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Aside from the fact that Dr. Hendricks, who we had on earlier, actually paid you a visit in downtown court, what are you seeing? Has the feeling changed outside the courtroom as we're coming now to the second half of the day?
Yeah, it was so cool, first of all, to see Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, because as you know, Jesse, most of our guests we know virtually. So all the guests we have on today, I know them, but I've never met them in real life. So that was cool to have him in studio and here. And I guess it's kind of a symbol of what we've been seeing, right? More people have been coming here as the day stretches on. And that's kind of what we said at the start of the day, right? We don't know how long this could go. It could be really quick, it could be long. And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening. And I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convinced of or convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges and what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking. What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has 2 convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20. So the tops is 20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max you truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life and talk about what impact he could have outside of prison. Do you think that there has been situations during the course of the filings leading up to sentencing and comments that have been made today where it seems there's a lack of appreciation for what he was convicted of? I mean, Sierra reported about it too. We talked about it earlier. he booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not sure if that, I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adante's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win could be the judge considers it enough to sentence on the lower end. I am convinced the only reason he gets the shortest sentence possible is if the judge is a believer and buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. That is what moves me most. And I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claimed he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim have a in a greater sense than other statements?
You would hope that the judge is weighing all statements and placing the appropriate amount of gravitas or weight on those statements based upon credibility, the evidence, and in the context of the charges, as well as the person he's potentially being sentenced. So I think her words, certainly carry a lot of weight. She was essentially the government star witness and testified in front of the judge, so he's able to judge her and her words and on his own basis, from having watched her testify on the stand and go through, I believe it was 4 days of testimony and being cross-examined too. So I hear her words, it's clear those are very strong words, a lot of passion, a lot of pain in those words. And Sean Combs has acknowledged, what his conduct may have caused for her and paid for it with now a conviction, as well as in a civil case, a lot of money. Obviously, given the judge's comments and remarks earlier, that's not enough to foot the bill. So there appears that there's going to be some more additional prison time that Sean Combs is going to owe to society before he can get on with his life.
Dante, I know we have to sign you off in a little bit, so I want to ask you one more question. This is a super chat question from Bravado Agency. Thank you so much, Bravado Agency. Really, really appreciate it. This is your second super chat question, I believe. Many celebrity cases, Dante, many celebrity cases in recent years, Weinstein, Cosby, R. Kelly. Is it important to judges to handle these more carefully, or is it just another case? That's a good question.
Well, justice, they say Lady Justice is supposed to be blind. But if you've gone through the criminal justice system or been a part in any way, that's far from the truth. So I think celebrities' cases do get some special handling in some ways that are positive and some ways that are negative. Positive in the sense that judges know that they're well-heeled. They have attorneys who are looking at everything like a hawk and ready to appeal or challenge any decision that they think is unfair or not based in the law as they see it. The same side, on the flip side, I should say, judges are where the public is looking. And so if a judge is to give a slap on the wrist to a celebrity, there could be a lot more social criticism and critique about the judge's decision. And so the judge is in a position where he knows the public is looking, and he's also in a position where he knows the defense attorneys are also looking. So I think celebrity cases on balance do get some special consideration. At the same time, when you run afoul of the law in this way, and there is a heightened media attention around the case, puts the judge in a position where they don't have as much wiggle room as they otherwise might have in other people's cases.
Dante Pointer, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Guys, take well.
All right. So Rich, let me go to you on something here. We're getting updates from court. What Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, has been saying to the court, says, I've been there. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. So really talking about the dire consequences he's in at the MDC. But this part's interesting to me. It's something he said before. Please consider the following two reasons I believe we're here. Untreated trauma, great trauma in Sean's life, and a ferocious drug addiction that got out of hand. I don't want to say that they're excusing what he was convicted of, but is that trying to provide an explanation that may not work to their benefit?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to remind the judge the whole story of Sean Combs, that what he came from and what he accomplished, and that independent of all of these things that bring him to trial, he has done some genuine great acts for people. That are documented in some of the things we've seen in the past few days. He really has done some things in the public interest. He is the product of a troubled home, including the death of his father, and he very clearly has been a drug addict. Now, drug and alcohol addiction does not generally get you a reduced sentence. I mean, there are situations in the criminal justice system where you might get sentenced to a drug or alcohol program in response to some crime you committed, like drunk driving, but this isn't that situation. This is sustained criminal conduct over a period of time that was in part affected by the drug consumption, and it offers some explanation, but it's not an excuse. It doesn't get him off the hook. It doesn't get him out of jail. But I don't think it's a problem having some sort of context. I do find it interesting. Brian Steele was the most recent member of Diddy's very extensive, very excellent legal team, and him taking personal ownership of how he knows Diddy and how he's come to know it. I think that's a tough sell when he's really only known him in the latter stages of this case. Myself.
That's a fair.
I have some thoughts on the drugs, if I can.
Yes, Justin.
Okay, so the probation report is very important. You see how much this judge has referenced the probation report, the guidelines. So it is essential to have an accurate probation report, especially if he goes to prison. I've been to prison, and they'll say the PSR is the Bible in prison. So any history of substance abuse or alcohol trauma needs to be reflected in that report. Also, in the federal prison system, there is a program called the Residential Drug Abuse Program, where if you are eligible, and I'm not sure if his crime makes him eligible, if you complete the program, you can get 12 full months off of your sentence. And part of the reason you get that reduction is because if you are less inclined to drink or do drugs, you're less likely to recidivate. So it can certainly be a mitigating factor. In my experience, if he says, I was once an addict, I no longer am, that could help convey this judge, okay, he could be less likely to reoffend if he is no longer going to engage in this conduct. And certainly a probation officer will help ensure through drug testing and visits that he's no longer doing. There'll be restrictions, whatever the sentence is. So it's essential that it be on the record, and it's even better for him to say, in this environment, we're at MDC where there are drugs, there are alcohol, there is no doubt that I have avoided that conduct and I'm healthy and I'm getting healthier every single day. I believe it to be a mitigating factor.
Now, Sierra, I'm going to get to you in a minute. I just want to let everybody know we have an update from court. Brian Steele says he lives with 25 people in one room. This is very similar to what Sean Combs had said in his letter. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Super chat question for you, Rich. This is from Andre King, or Andrek King. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Is the judge, or will the judge take into consideration Cassie was paid $30 million?
I think the judge could, on the limited issue of assessing what Cassie had to say about this. And also remember, Cassie is a victim. I think she is technically a victim of the Mann Act violations.
She is. She is, correct.
But really, she's more of a victim of the counts for which he was found not guilty, right? She was a victim of the sex trafficking count and of the RICO count. So he may have to discount it on that basis a little bit. He may have to discount it if the judge had any credibility issues, including the fact that she was compensated in a civil settlement for this. And by the way, as I understand it, the prosecutors got interested after they saw that civil settlement. It's not like she said, no, I don't want the money. I want to go to the authorities and have them prosecute this case. So the judge could take those circumstances into consideration, but only on that limited issue of how meaningful is her statement.
Sierra, I want to go to you. We have a poll that we put up where it says, what are you paying most attention to in this case? 80% say the sentencing itself, 10% say Diddy, 7% say victims' voices, 3% public reaction. I think that's a good, encompasses so many different things, but what are you most paying attention to in this case?
I mean, I think that makes sense though, right? The reason, I mean, we're all paying attention to the sentencing, right? I mean, that's why we're all here. The culmination in everything that we've been following from the start, the fact that Cassie filed her lawsuit initially, the first one that I always go back to and say was the bombshell, really broke the floodgates. We all have been paying attention really since then. Then, of course, the federal raids at Diddy's home, that I believe was March 2024, September 2024. Now we finally have a couple of the charges come down. So that poll to me makes sense because this is the resolution, right? If we're going back to, I guess, high school when we have intro to conflict, rising action, climax, now we're heading to the falling action and the solution, which would be the sentence here. And I think that's why everyone's on the edge of their seats, has been watching. Thousands of people have been watching our live stream since this morning when we started at around 10 o'clock, because we all want to know the answer to the question. What is Diddy going to face as far as the sentence? Where is he going to go? What is it going to look like? And I guess, I'm so eager to talk about it because I want to know too.
I think we all do. And when is it going to happen is another question, because we just don't know. That's one of the unknowns for today. And by the way, talking about unknowns, going to you, Justin, what is life? If let me ask you this. If Sean Combs is sentenced to significant prison time in a federal facility, as we talked about earlier, it may not even be in New York. It may be in a place that is near where he could be released to, another state. What does life look like for him in federal prison?
Well, first off, regardless of the sentence today, it's a good day in some ways for the family because you get clarity. It's very difficult waiting and wondering for that number. So regardless, he gets some clarity. Now, he also has this perspective of spending so much time in detention, right? My partner endured it for 1 full year. Then he went to the penitentiary in Atlanta. And despite, the gun towers and the razor coil, he felt free because he was out of detention type setting. So it will be much easier, even if the sentence is longer, once he gets to a low security prison where there might be fences and barbed wire, but you're free to roam. You can go to the track, you can go to recreation, free to walk to the chow hall every single morning. It will be a dorm type setting. You can visit with your family, no partition separating you. It's kind of like visiting in an airport, right? You're around people that you don't know. You have some semblance of privacy. So it will be a much easier environment inside of a low security prison compared to what he's enduring right now. If he goes there, he will form a routine. He will work, he will visit, he will call home. He will most likely have access to email. If not initially, it will come. And he will have ample opportunity outside of programming, like hours a day, to continue to develop this program he has told the court he is developing. Because if he is inside of this prison, I think you know what he wants, Jesse. He wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. The question is, how do you do that? You demonstrate to a case manager that you're a candidate to go directly to home confinement. He needs to stand out. He may need some more liberty down the road from this judge. He's only going to get that if he has a record that shows why. So it can be a very productive experience for him, much easier than MDC. That much I know.
Rich, just to be clear, because the judge denied him bail, because the judge denied his motion to throw out the convictions recently, is that a preview of where the judge may lie when it comes to Sean Combs, that he may throw the book at him, so to speak?
Well, I don't know that one necessarily means the other. Now, obviously, denying his motion to throw out the conviction is a big deal. That means the conviction stands and he has to get some punishment. I would say the fact that he denied bail was indicative to me that he was going to remain in jail, that the judge thought that Sean Combs would be remaining in jail for some period after the sentencing. So that did suggest that to me, but it's not necessarily true. And it doesn't necessarily mean a long sentence. It just means probably a sentence.
Sierra, as we're looking at this, you read the letter from Sean Combs. We played his apology video earlier on. You looked at the compilation video that was put forward. We're all anticipating what Sean Combs will say in court. Obviously, he said a few things during the course of this trial here and there, but this will be his first potentially uninterrupted message to the court. Aside from his letter, what are you going to be looking out for, Sierra?
I think it's going to be emotion. Right? That's something we all are interested in. And we've already seen that today. We heard Elizabeth Milner's reports. We've been reading the tweets today. Even Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, was showing emotion. She got choked up and she was crying. I mean, this is something I could expect from his children, which we did see because it's their dad and they want their dad in their lives free, not behind bars. So with Diddy, I can kind of imagine this is one of the most intense days of literally his entire life. The fact that he has been behind bars at MDC Brooklyn for more than a year at this point, and it's possible he could be getting out kind of soon. And I mean, this is Diddy's chance to really have the floor. We saw the apology video kind of a while ago. He's pretty, stern and straight-faced. But as you have pointed out time and time again, Jesse, after that apology video, he then went on to commit more of these alleged, offenses. So it's interesting to have seen that, and then prosecutors say, okay, but after that, he went to commit more crimes. What I'm thinking we're going to hear from P. Diddy is a lot of remorse. I think we're going to hear from him, I've changed a lot. Here are the reasons why. Here is why I deserve a lesser sentence. Here is how I'm going to change. And I really do think it's going to be pretty emotional for him because I've said this before, P. Diddy is a pretty charismatic guy. He's very charming. I mean, there's a reason that so many people were in his orbit, whether that's good or bad. I mean, make your own judgments. I do think that he has kind of an electric personality, and I think he's not afraid of an audience either. So he's going to use this time, take the floor, tell it all, and honestly maybe get a bit emotional too.
Yeah, and I also, as I'm looking at this update from court, Brian Steele says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There was a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He's by the phone now, so we'll see where that goes. But, I go to you, Justin, on this. Do you believe, based on what you're seeing and hearing, oh, by the way, one more update. Brian Steele says October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So referring to the Miami thing. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So again, that Miami event is not a speaking engagement. Like he's ready to go on the town and speak and thought he was going to be released. Do you think that it's credible that if he's released, he will be a force for good? That he will help people on the outside? You tell me.
I do. I think the letters from his family and his level of introspection while on the inside forces him to see this differently. And I do think regardless of the sentence, he recognizes this can be a lifelong stain for his family, his young children, or it can be an opportunity for him to say, I made bad decisions. I was held accountable. And as a result of this experience through the system, I want to continue to build and show how I'm part of the solution. It's why I started from a difficult environment in MDC, where I read his lawyer argue that he was nearly shanked and killed in prison. Despite getting nearly shanked and killed, he's building and contributing. So I suspect he will continue to do this work, whatever the sentence is, not just as a strategy to maybe get out of prison earlier or have more liberty on the other side, but because his children are watching and they shouldn't pay the price forever because of some bad choices from their father. So I think he truly gets what's happening, and I think he's used his time in prison to begin building. But he'll be building for the rest of his life.
Rich, update from court. Brian Steele says Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. As we're listening to this, and we're hearing different sides because the prosecution came out earlier and talked about the aggravating circumstances of these crimes, what makes it so egregious, focusing not just on transporting people, but the violence of it. The judge is weighing all this. You wonder what the judge is going to say. You wonder what the judge is going to rule. What do you think a sentence would look like here?
You mean what am I predicting here?
Yes.
Well, I think like most people, I think it's going to be in that 70 to 87 month region, because that has been recommended in the pre-sentence report. The judge has already acknowledged that that seemed to be the appropriate range, because that's in the middle of what the defense is seeking and what the prosecution is asking, because that seems like a serious sentence, but not too serious. And you do have to take into account that this case by the government was an effort to put Sean Combs in prison for the rest of his life on some very serious charges. And on the most serious charges in this case, the government lost. The prosecution found him not guilty of racketeering. The jury found him not guilty of trafficking. And I think the judge has to consider that and can't impose a ginormous sentence on him in substitute for the counts in which the defendant prevailed. I don't think that would be. One other comment I'll make just on something you just said, Jesse, I don't know. I think there might be a lot of people who would do 5 years in prison if they came out with Sean Combs' money and power and fame. I actually think that line would be pretty long. So it is a significant sentence if that's what it is, but he still is in running to have the life he has or something akin to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, again, that was Justin. That's what Brian Steele said. He's passionately advocating for his client, even saying just now, some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. These people are wrong. I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would dream of doing. He's punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. He's off the drugs. He's a different person. The drugs affected his thinking. Is he pushing too much in a way where, again, will it appear to the court like they're disregarding what he was convicted of and what he was accused of and what the evidence presented at trial?
Certainly, you could argue there could be a little more focus on the victims and the impact on their life. It's an interesting dynamic because he's essentially saying, I accept responsibility while still maintaining the right to an appeal. And the judge commented on that. Arguably, probably maybe get a shorter sentence than even the guidelines if he said, I'm not appealing, seeking a new trial or an acquittal. I'm just all in. I made bad decisions, Your Honor. I am fully responsible. That certainly could have moved the needle. This lawyer is doing well what lawyers are paid to do. They're paid to focus on the virtues of their client, mitigating factors. The only thing that's helping Mr. Steele make this argument is that I believe Sean Combs has actually begun with evidence. He's begun to do some of this work while in a very difficult setting. If Sean Combs had not done any of this teaching, mentoring of other prisoners, avoiding problems, but more so showing that he can help people there, these arguments would really fall on deaf ears. It would be very, very bad. I went to a sentencing hearing recently and the judge opened up and said, there's very little evidence to support these claims that you're making about, your client. You're saying it. I don't see it. There's something here that's making Mr. Steele's job measurably easier, but it's his job to focus also on the consequences that Combs is enduring. And this is a different type of crime. White Collar Advice was very involved in that Varsity Blues case years ago, where all these parents paid to get their kids into school. That was a bad thing, but that was a white collar crime with sentences from 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, a different stigma than this crime, which is the reason more than ever he's got to demonstrate what he's learned, why this will never happen again, and how through my platform, I'm going to influence millions of people moving forward. This is as much about his children, their legacy, how it will impact them, as it is his. Because even if he gets 87 months with good time served, it's not a life sentence, but it could be for his children if he doesn't continue to embrace the right message.
So Sierra, got a question from Becky Bellata. How many people are allowed to speak on his behalf before Diddy speaks?
This is an interesting question. Actually, Elizabeth Milner, when she was out here before, her and I were talking about this, and we were like, we both have worked at Law and Crime for multiple years. We have never seen a sentencing like this. Usually we've got the prosecution, one person, defense, one person, maybe some victim impact statements, and there you have it. However, Elizabeth and I were both commenting saying, we haven't seen something like this. There's so many people that just keep coming and coming and coming. So honestly, it's out of the norm from something that I've seen. To be fair, I do usually cover state cases versus federal. And I believe it was Adante earlier who said it does take a bit more time when we're talking about a federal sentencing rather than state. And I know that Diddy's team is going to want to make sure that they're putting forth the best argument possible. I don't think there's any sort of specific number, a limit. I do believe the judge could say something if it gets to be too crazy long. But at this point, I'm just kind of waiting to see what Diddy himself has to say, because he's going to want to speak.
And look, Brian Steele is still raising some of the defenses that the defense put forward in their filings leading up to this. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Rich, it seems that they're echoing some of the statements and arguments they made why the conviction should have been thrown out. Ultimately, that was denied. Maybe he seems to be echoing some of the concerns they have about what evidence is being considered by the judge in sentencing. Is it a little too late? Should they be arguing this? Is this for the record for purposes of appeal?
Is this mine? Sorry.
This is you, Rich. Sorry. A lot of action.
Okay. So what I don't think they want to do is argue to the judge that there's any problem with the conviction. That's for appeal. You don't want to do that at sentencing. That's not your argument. The conviction's wrong. I shouldn't have been convicted. I didn't do it. Those are bad arguments at sentencing and will irritate a judge in the wrong direction. Now, some of the argument is about what can you consider in light of the counts that he was acquitted on. And I think that's perfectly appropriate for the defense to bring into this discussion to make sure the judge is staying focused within the guardrails of looking at the counts that we have a conviction on and not going astray. But they don't want to challenge right now the fact that he was convicted. They can do that later in the Second Circuit.
Yeah, particularly since I will tell you, the judge was keen today to say, hey, there are victims here. There are victims of this crime. It's not just Jane and Cassie, but also the men who were transported as well. Quick final thought from Justin Paperny here. I'm going to read you a poll, Justin. This is interesting. Does Diddy's apology matter at this point? 45% say no, it's too late. 29% say doesn't matter. 14% say yeah, it shows growth. And 12% say maybe if it's genuine. Your thoughts?
Years ago, a few months ago at a conference, I met a judge and I asked her how impactful a sentencing statement is. And she said it can be impactful, but oftentimes I don't see enough evidence from the defendant. It can be a nice statement, eloquent, but if there isn't evidence behind it, it doesn't have the oomph. So his statement will be the most important thing that happens today from the defense side. And it will be impactful because he does have some record from the inside to show that he is different from the government's version of events. He is learning, he is focused on his family, his health, his rehabilitation. He wants to be part of the solution. So I believe his statement will matter because he he has a body of work that he could rely on since he's been in prison for the last year. If he didn't do that work, this statement would be utterly useless and something judges are too used to hearing.
Justin Paperny, Rich Schoenstein, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for 2 hours. Really appreciate it. Sierra Gillespie is going to stay with me. We have other guests coming on as we continue our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. We'll be right back.
It could be worse. It could be worse, man. Back. Huh? Take over the back. Huh? Not today. Moving over there? Yeah, I'm going over there. So I'll get that back. Okay, good. Take care, man. It's called the War of Attrition.
And welcome back to our live coverage here on Law and Crime of Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing hearing. I told you that this may last a while. We are in hour 6 right now of our live coverage, and this has been a complete day where the judge is taking into consideration a lot of different statements, a lot of different evidence, a lot of different arguments to determine what should be the sentence for Sean Combs after he was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution during his trial over the summer. Essentially, that he transported people across state and international lines for the purposes of sex work. The defense had asked for 14 months. So essentially, after spending 13 months in the MDC, he would almost be released immediately. The prosecution has asked for 11 years in prison. The judge has said that he, at the beginning of the day, that he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the 5 to 7 year range, although he's heard a lot today. He's heard from Sean Combs' children. He has heard from Sean Combs' defense attorneys. He's also heard from prosecutors. But I will just, before we even dive back into this conversation, and we're taking your questions as well, so shoot them over. Interesting moment from Brian Steele, so one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. We asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. His good outweighs his bad by far. That he would go to Miami and seek immediate therapy should he be released. And right now, or a little while ago, Sean Combs, a reverend, has come forward and spoken on his behalf, who says, "I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated." I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, "These sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity." You have been very honorable in this court. Brian Steele says we'll have Xavier Donaldson. So Xavier Donaldson is another defense attorney for Sean Combs. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So now we're hearing from Xavier Donaldson. I want to bring back in my new panelists. I'm joined by Serena Townsend, criminal defense attorney, joined once again by Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney, and I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that courthouse, our eyes and ears about what's happening there. I want to go to a super chat question that we got from Bravado Agency. And Serena, I'll throw this to you. First of all, Bravado Agency, thank you so much. Thank you for hearing my questions, Jesse. Yeah, you've been great with the questions today. Does considering acquitted conduct in Diddy's sentencing violate his due process and the Sixth Amendment? That's a great question because it was very controversial for the judge to consider conduct that was that supported the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking charges. He was acquitted of those. To consider evidence that supported that, to consider conduct a part of that in the sentencing for transportation to engage in prostitution. In other words, for example, should the judge really consider the Cassie Ventura tape? Is that what decided is that what convinced the jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution? Maybe not. It seemed like that was more about sex trafficking than that charge. So is this going to be grounds, whatever his sentence may be, is this grounds for an appellate court to say, hey, listen, Sean Combs' rights were violated? Serena, I throw it to you.
Yeah, technically, you're really supposed to focus on convicted conduct, and you're really not supposed to go outside of those boundaries. It is very hard to unring those bells. Obviously, people are human, even judges are human, juries are human. And when a judge is considering sentencing, it's very hard to compartmentalize and put aside certain things. Cassie, although her count was technically dismissed, she did partake in and participate in certain events that helped Diddy get convicted. So it's hard to discount her completely. I think it would be a difficult argument to make to say that his rights were completely violated if the judge were to consider any of Cassie's testimony or any of the video, because when all is said and done, these charges are not so cut and dry. They're not so black and white. It's not just a simple assault case. I punch you, you get hurt. And there's a lot of things that go into why he was convicted and for what. So I do think it's a good question, but I also think it's very hard for a judge to totally separate those acts from his final decision.
Joe, got a question from Amanda Altman. If there is a possibility of 20 years, right, because transportation to engage in prostitution is maximum of 10 years on each, if each charge he runs them consecutively. Why does there seem to be more of a reason for 5 to 7 years? That's a fair question. Why is that the range, Joe?
Well, typically, I mean, particularly on the federal side, people follow, the judges often follow the guidelines, and everybody kind of is aware of the guidelines based on someone's past, what they got convicted of, what they've been convicted of, if anything, before. There's certain things that they put in as part of their calculus to say, based on the sentencing guidelines, normally someone winds up here, and that's why we hear 5 to 7 so much. But then there's a question as to whether and what facts actually have P. Diddy either going higher than the sentencing guidelines or going lower than the sentencing guidelines. And then, of course, that's where all the argument is, right? Because the defense wants time served. The prosecution wants 11 years. So everybody piles on the things that they think should make us deviate away from the guidelines to the north or away from the guidelines to the south. But the starting point that everyone deviates from on some level is the guidelines themselves that are based on a formula. And that formula, the starting place, is often, they don't stray very far from it. The judges don't, but they can. And the question becomes whether this is a unicorn that allows the defense to get a much lower sentence or allows the prosecution to get a much higher one.
So it's interesting. Xavier Donaldson says to the court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully. You find yourself, I think, saying you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Interesting point to make there. Sierra, you're outside that courthouse. You've been our eyes and ears about what has been happening there since the start of the day, as we're now coming towards the end. So now as we're coming potentially to a sentence, an official sentence, so has the scene changed?
Yes and no. I mean, what's interesting about today is everyone has been relatively low key. And I mean that in the way of, yes, we are in the Southern District of New York. We do hear sirens, honking, people yelling, and, general commotion. But by and large, today is much more calm than it was the day of the verdict back in July when it came down. And I mean, that was a pretty shocking verdict, right? The fact that there was a partial acquittal and we only had these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. So I think it was a huge surprise then. There was the baby oil and lube that people were squirting and yelling. I have yet to see anything like that today. I will say, though, more people are starting to trickle in now that we're getting closer to the end of the day. Maybe it's that people are getting off work early. It's a Friday. They want to see what's going on. Or maybe it's really that people are just getting extra antsy. They want to see what is going to happen. And we're inching closer and closer to P. Diddy, Sean Combs himself, speaking, so we can hear about that, hopefully. And then additionally, when the sentence finally does come down. So generally, it's pretty calm, but there are a decent amount of people who are here.
Yeah, when is that going to happen? It's going to be very interesting to see. Serena, for Xavier Donaldson says, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. He goes also here in the SDNY, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Talk about how he's helped so many inmates behind bars. Big question is, did the judge already go in today? I know what I'm going to sentence him to. And it's been changed potentially by what he's hearing in court today, particularly from the family members, particularly from the lawyers, both, either from the prosecution or the defense.
In my experience, and I've been on both sides of the aisle as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, just in my experience, typically a judge will show up with some idea of what they plan on doing. In fact, a lot of judges show up with a script of their reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. Now, can they cross out the number and put a different number in there at the end of the day? Sure. That does happen. I've seen that happen as well. And they can be moved by that.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's a good point. Yeah.
I can tell. You can tell when you're there.
You can tell? Okay.
Yeah, because you see the judge saying all these very eloquent things and sometimes reading off a page and you're like, you came in here prepared.
Well, okay. So that's actually a good point. Let me ask you, if the judge comes back after all this and says,
yeah,
I need 10 minutes. And does that mean that he's changing his sentence?
It could be that they're in the back doing some red lines and some, checking on language. It could very well be. And seriously, it definitely does happen. Because let's be honest, it puts the judge in a very awkward position to have to go in, because the alternative is the judge goes in a blank slate and listens to everything and then formulates the sentence and the reasoning. And that's just too much. That's just too much to handle. A judge also wants to make sure that there's proper precedent for the sentence that they give. So it would be silly to go in there and, totally unprepared like that. So I do think the judge came in with some semblance of an idea, if not a total idea of what they want to do. But that's not to say that they won't maybe waver a little bit from there.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks, do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that it could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy, on to the good or to the bad, is a very unusual case, right? He's a unicorn in that he's this big, rich, powerful guy. Do I walk away from this believing that people with resources are not going to still be better off than without those that are without resources? No, it's not going to change anybody's mind that way. Making him an example, I guess that's a possibility, but he's so different because some of us or most of us won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him being humble, etc., and hammer him a little bit because of it? Yeah, he absolutely might, but I'm not sure any of us or many of us would walk away saying, well, when I'm in Diddy's position, I'll never do that, because there's so few people that are in that position other than setting an example for Hollywood, right? Which is not most of us. So the making of an example, yeah, perhaps as it pertains to the domestic violence side, without, considering that Diddy is such a unicorn. But most of us are not going to be walking away going, oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did so that I'm not similarly situated, because I'm not similarly situated. Most of us aren't.
We'll get a question from Alessia Macari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there since that time as well. Hopefully the weather's been holding up and everything's okay there. But look, we don't want you to miss a minute of what is happening inside that courtroom, particularly since there's no cameras. Interesting development in court. So Xavier Donaldson says, now what I'm about to tell you is in respect to what the prosecution accused Sean Combs of. Do you remember earlier on in the day when they go, he's got speaking engagements in Miami scheduled for next week, seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity and what life was like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge says, what is the gentleman's name? Xavier Donaldson says, Giovanni. Judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So it seems that there is an emphasis to try to speed this along. This person says, my name is Giovanni Saris for Reentry One. We have a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sierra, this goes to a larger question. Two questions I'm going to throw to you. One is from Kentucky at Heart. What did Sean Combs help the inmates with? So we've seen a lot of letters about what he did. What's the impact there? If you could summarize that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Caba Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judges had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some sort of game, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, we have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or Sean John or Deleon Tequila, whatever it may be. He had a business enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay, here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, interacting with some of these other inmates and what he's done with them at MDC. Now on to your second question about Judge Arun Subramanian, the fact that he's had 3 months to go through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me, I think he's been ruminating on it for maybe more than all of that time. He knew when he sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved in the sentencing if there would be a conviction. So of course he's paying close attention throughout the entire trial just to be fair at the trial, but he has to have in the back of his mind, okay, if there is a conviction, which it turns out there was, he's going to have to be involved in the sentencing. So if you're asking me, and kind of to the point that Serena Townsend was just talking about there, I believe that Judge Arun Subramanian went in today kind of knowing what he was getting into. I'm sure he prepared something. I'm sure he thought about all of it because yes, it seems like a long day today. I've been standing outside here, outside of the courthouse for, X amount of hours. It seems like a long day. However, when someone's life is in the balance here, the future of P. Diddy, whether he'll be able to watch his young children grow up, that's a really big day, and it's probably going by pretty fast for him. So I think that Judge Arun Subramanian just wants to make sure that he's being very fair about it, thinking through everything, looking through all of the guidelines. So he definitely was preparing a bit before that, but who's to say, could he be swayed by what is being said right now in court as we speak?
Yeah, and it takes a while to prepare all that information. The pre-sentencing report takes some time. They have to do a kind of a full background analysis of Sean Combs. It also depends when these letters are submitted to the court and are able to be reviewed by the judge. You have so many from family and inmates and people who testified at the trial. Sean Combs, the victim. So he's scheduling a lot of time for this. It is interesting. Giovanni Saris says in court, this is a new update, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. So trying to suggest that Sean Combs, if he was going to be speaking next week or was planning to, it was for a good purpose. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be out. I'm going to do speaking engagements. I think they're trying to really reverse that narrative. That seems to be what they've been doing throughout the course of the day. Serena, this is interesting. It's a question from Brittany Curry. Is there a possibility of Diddy being able to have his record expunged after so much time passes?
That's a toughie. I wouldn't expect that a record like this would be expunged anytime soon. There are mechanisms to expunge records in certain situations, but I would be surprised with this type of conviction, especially considering how many counts he was facing and all of the extraneous stuff that we learned about him during this trial. I think it would be hard to expunge. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Joe, it's interesting when we talk about what the judge is considering here, because in a way, Sean Combs is different than anyone else. If the analysis is, hey, I have the possibility of releasing somebody who, if I take him at his word, he has the power, the resources, the opportunity, the expertise to really help a lot of people. Again, assuming everything Sean Combs is saying is true. And if he can go out and try to help people, former inmates re-enter society like this organization, or try to tell people, let me tell you about what happened if you break the law. Let me tell you about my time at the MDC. If he can help people in a positive way and not like any other kind of criminal defendant. There's criminal defendants who say all the time, I'll be a different person. I've learned from my actions. I want to be a productive member of society. It's a little different when you talk about Sean Combs. But should that be used to his advantage? Does that put him in a different position that can work to his benefit, whereas somebody else who is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution may not have the same ability to do good as Sean Combs?
Well, Sean Combs has the ability to do good with resources put behind it, right? And so it is something to be considered, but it shouldn't be determinative, right? Because, if I'm being cynical, here's a guy buying his way out of trouble, lessening the blow, as it were. Meanwhile, you've got people that are scared for their safety because of same resources he can use to help people. He can also use to intimidate people. He can also use to make people feel a certain way. And naturally, Cassie and others would feel a certain type of way about whenever he's going to be free, whether that's a year from now or whether that's 10 years from now. So we don't want to consider what his resources may be able to do so much that it wipes away consideration of the people that he actually hurt, that were, as the judge said, that were actually victims. So it's a bit dangerous. And then when we get into that question, I think it makes it easier to come out on Diddy's side this way if he doesn't appear arrogant, if he doesn't appear like certain misunderstandings are happening. They've got to be on top of this narrative. There should never have been a discussion about him doing a speech next week. He wouldn't have been worse off for setting it up after he got out. You know what I mean? It still lends toward this thing that if he's being arrogant, if he's being flippant, if he's being a certain way that people, would make him less sympathetic. He has to get rid of that, and he hasn't done that yet.
Giovanni Saris from this reentry program. Judge, we're eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. The judge says, okay, thank you very much. So we're waiting to see who speaks next and whether or not we're coming to the conclusion, which, by the way, Sierra, we just got this question from Dojo Jojo. Could this overflow into Monday? I hope not, but I mean, is it possible?
I mean, I hope not also, but I guess it is possible. It's interesting because this morning, reporter Elizabeth Milner and I met up, pretty early. Again, there was kind of a long line, so I saw her before she went into the courthouse where she is right now in the sentencing room. And we were chatting about this, and Elizabeth said, yeah, I've actually heard rumors that maybe this could go into Monday. So it is kind of out there in the ether that, yeah, maybe this could go out until Monday. However, it's interesting that this sentencing has lasted as long as it has already. I mean, it's 3:30 exactly Eastern time as I'm talking to you right now. This started at around 10 o'clock this morning. So for it to go this long already is very interesting. I think at the very least, it stands out the lengthy process that has happened so far. But as we've seen with anything in a case against P. Diddy, anything is possible. And that means it could possibly trickle over into Monday. I don't know that it's likely, but it could happen.
Well, Mark Agnifilo, I think the argument you could say is Sean Combs' main defense attorney just made a statement to the court. It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started John Jay, did a lot of studies. Domestic violence tends to come from childhood trauma. I think that's what he was saying. So interesting trying to explain that again about, trauma, drug use, what have potentially spawned a lot of Sean Combs' behavior here. Serena, we're getting to potentially the end of this. How does it work now? Sean Combs will provide a statement. What's going to happen next in terms of what the judge will do? Is he going to take a break? How long will he speak for? What can we expect?
Well, different judges are different with respect to how quickly they render their decision after hearing all of this. I think even if the judge did come in with his prepared decision and he knows what he's going to do, if I were a betting girl, I would bet that he will take at least a short break, even just for optics, to show that he's considering everything that happened today. And then we'll get his decision. He'll probably make not the most lengthy speech, but he'll probably say a bunch of things before just letting it all out there. And then we'll know. And obviously, if Diddy is not released today on a time served, and technically, even if he does get a very short sentence, they'll bring him back to do the calculations. So I don't expect either way for Sean Diddy Combs to be walking out of that courtroom today.
Just one follow-up question. Is this unusual sentencing hearing like this, Serena? We have a poll up. Are you surprised the sentencing is taking this long? 71% said, yes, I'm losing my patience. 29% said, no, it makes sense. Have you seen something like this?
This is the longest sentencing I've ever seen. I think the only people benefiting from this sentence are the lawyers who are billing hourly.
Why don't you say it more bluntly? Can't you, Serena? Joe got a super chat question. Excuse me, from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If names and celebrities were removed and only the informational and judgment from the trial, how would this change potential sentencing? I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Yeah, I don't really know. There were aspects of this trial where certain names were not used. I don't know. I don't know how you interpret that.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. I mean, I guess it connects to this larger issue as to how much we expected there to potentially be testimony from people that were stars, people that we knew, and what that could do to the dynamic. I'm certain there's no star in Hollywood, New York City, or wherever that wanted to have their name attached to this thing, even if they're hoping that P. Diddy got off from it. So there would be, one would have to be very careful about, that's not exactly something, if I'm a publicist, that I want my guy doing, because he's certainly morally wrong. Because of the crap that he did here, even if he technically gets off. So I don't know that would be any pony that any star would want to ride on.
You want a different question? I'll give you a different question. We got a question from Matthew Colombo, Joe. What will some of the security risks be with Diddy being around other inmates due to the severity of the crime? So assuming he is sentenced to prison, what will be some of the security risks?
Well, the Diddy's of the world could be marks. They could be people that, you get points for doing things to, right? And so therefore you really have to take some precautions on some level to analyze potential threats, make sure he's in certain areas. Now, depending on what level prison he's in, if he's in a lower security place, that might be one thing. If he's in a higher security place, there would be another thing. So there would be and in that way, there may be some precedent in that they compare what they've done pertaining to other people that were considered celebrities and things like that. What places do you normally send them to? What level of security do you how married are you to the level of security based on the crime committed and convicted of, and versus how do you deviate from that, if at all? And so a lot of those things are going to figure in. This way, you have a little bit more of a precedent because famous people do go to jail sometimes. But my sense is they will take precautions at whatever place he's supposed to be housed at based on what he was convicted
of. We have an update from court. So we're getting a sense of how much longer this is going to be. Mark Agnifilo just said, we found in the microfilm there how his father died and a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Ms. Slavic and Mr. Combs will have the last word. Okay, so we are getting to the end of this. Sierra, we've been talking all day about what Sean Combs will say, what he needs to say. Will it be consistent with the letter that he wrote to the judge? As somebody who's followed this case from the very beginning, what are you going to be on the lookout for when Sean Combs speaks?
I think it will probably be relatively consistent with what we read in the letter, right? I mean, Diddy had much time while he's been in MDC Brooklyn to come forth and put together kind of his thoughts about what he feels, how he's changed, how he's been reformed, and what he will do, how he will not reoffend, etc. But I do feel like there's something extra in the courtroom. There's something different besides just, writing with a pen and paper about how you're feeling versus actually having to speak publicly in front of people and talk about something. Once again, it's essentially his life on the line here when we're talking about his young daughter, Love. She's a toddler. He wants to see his daughter, grow up, and not to mention even the adult children. They're in a very important time in their lives. Any father, I assume, would want to be out with his children, not behind bars. So to him, this is of the utmost importance, not to mention that he's already spent more than a year behind bars at MDC Brooklyn. And this is a common theme we've talked about throughout our entire live stream today. It's not a great place to be. right? We've heard a lot of pretty negative things about it. Of course he wants to leave, especially after he's accustomed to the lavish mansions in Miami and in LA and, familiar with New York. All of those things Diddy wants to be out for. However, back to my point about the heightened, sensitivity, the feeling in the courtroom. I think this is really Diddy's moment. He sat through so many hours of the trial where he just kind of had to be very stoic. Of course, he reacted to some things. However, he didn't get up there and speak. He didn't testify. We know that Diddy, prior to all of this, liked to speak his mind, liked to set the record straight, so to speak. And now this is his one chance after waiting months and months, even years since the first allegations came out. Not to mention his mother's there, his children are there. They've cried, his attorneys have cried. This is a very high intensity moment. I do think that we'll see some sort of intense emotion from P. Diddy himself about all of this, begging to have his sentence be on the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today. He's been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument, Joe? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished enough that there's not more that you should do to him?
Not particularly, because, America is a great country in that America is a country of a comeback. And there's nothing to say that P. Diddy can't come all the way back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know that Cassie ever gets over what happened. Maybe she gets through it. Maybe the victims get through it, but they are forever changed. And so I don't want that minimized for anyone, right? And I think it would be very unfair to them for us to minimize that, particularly when you get, P. Diddy. All of the things that he wants to do. Well, he wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening? Didn't you want to back when you were up for conviction? Maybe you should have got convicted in the Shy case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmare she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, Serena, you might have noticed I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Callie asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release, and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who is convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of, even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah, that's a good point. So wait, we're going to take a quick break before we get into Sean Combs because he's going to be speaking soon. Real quick super chat question for you, Serena. This is from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If this case was not involving a mega superstar, if and how would this be different? In other words, if the defendant was not Sean Combs, how would this play out?
First of all, you would never know about it. There are so many people, and I like that we have this platform to say this. There are so many people who are going through, similar charges or worse charges or easier charges that nobody ever knows about. It's cases like this that actually educate the public as to their rights, our rights, the criminal justice system in general. So it's great. It's actually great that we have this program, and it's great that we're able to kind of follow these things. But you should know that there is a difference, because the people who don't get that attention may not necessarily have the means to hire competent representation, or maybe the type of representation that they really want to speak for them. They may not be able to kind of get the public behind them to get that support. We see that with Diddy. We see that with other, high profile cases. And so and sometimes judges and lawyers get away with certain things when there isn't that microscope on them. So in a certain way, celebrities are watched more when these things happen, and therefore, judges and attorneys are held to the highest level of our law. But in other ways, sometimes we see that celebrities are looked upon to be made an example of. So it's potentially a wash in the end. But the biggest thing that you get out of this type of situation is that the public starts to learn a lot about the system.
And a lot about these crimes. I mean, how many, hopefully everybody became an expert in sex trafficking and racketeering at the very least. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So Sean Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is asking for a 14-month sentence. They're saying we're asking for a lot, says Sean Combs has genuine psychological challenges, that he suffers from PTSD. They're asking for leniency. Another lawyer is going to speak. Sean Combs is going to speak. Hopefully we get to that sentence. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back with our live coverage. And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you for joining us on our continued coverage of this. We are in hour 7 maybe now. We are hopefully coming to the end of this. We are waiting any minute now for Sean Combs to deliver his statement to the court. We already know he provided a letter in advance of this. This is in advance of him officially being sentenced on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. It will all be up to Judge Arun Subramanian on which way he will sentence Sean Combs. He indicated earlier that he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the 5 to 7 years, that range of prison, but he's also heard a lot today from attorneys, from Sean Combs' family. And I will note that right before we're about to hear from Sean Combs, and by the way, I say that there's no cameras allowed in that courtroom, but we're reporting to you live. Prosecutor Christy Slavic made the point that only one of the 5 defense attorneys who spoke today mentioned Combs' alleged victims in their presentations. That it was all about Sean Combs and, his why he should be released and he suffered enough, but not mentioning the victims. And I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Let me bring back in Serena Townsend. Let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, I'll start with you. That is interesting, right? I mean, there has been a lack of talking about Jane. There has been a lack of talking about Cassie Ventura. Obviously, the defense has particular positions about them throughout the course of this case, throughout the course of litigation leading into the sentencing. But that is a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure it was Sierra, not Serena. So I was going to see if Serena was starting to talk, but that was in fact for Sierra. So I will go ahead and answer that question now. I mean, talking about Cassie, talking about Jane, I mean, these are very vital, right? Because they're a huge part of the trial. And I think that Judge Arun Subramanian, of course, has to consider these things. I mean, he said it early on today. It was a question mark. The defense was saying, okay, I don't even know if these people should be considered as part of it, as part of victims. But he ruled, yes, they are in fact victims. And I think, of course, it's going to be in the back of his mind, the testimony that they had, going through and recounting some of the trauma that they had. Of course, that's something that's going to be coming up. And I do have to wonder if when P. Diddy himself does finally address the court, if he's going to mention these people, because that's the allegation here, right, is trauma and abuse. And I wonder if he's going to say, yeah, I did some things wrong. Here's how I learned, and here's how I'm going to get better. And I guess I wonder if that's something that he might address.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because, Serena, in Sean Combs' letter, to the court, he said, my sadness was my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. He said earlier on, I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. 2 questions for you, Serena. A, do you think that's what he's going to focus on, the victims in this case? And B, does he have to be careful? Does he have to be careful saying that he did this, that he apologizes for what he did, because he might have an appeal? If he's sentenced to 10 years in prison, he's going to fight appeal. If he admits to wrongdoing, if he admits to doing this, can that jeopardize the appeal?
It's a good question. So first of all, I do think he's going to try to focus on the victims. Certainly now that the prosecutor kind of put that out there, I think even if he hadn't been prepared to do that, hearing that, he might say, look, my lawyers did their thing, but the remorse that I have to give over for my victims has to come directly from me. He might kind of spin it that way to make it seem like it was planned that way. Whether he has to be careful, I think in a balancing situation here, he's really got to show as much as possible his remorse. He's got to show the judge that he is willing to change, and he can't be callous about it, and he really can't be equivocal. I think he really has to go full in if he wants any of that mitigation and sympathy to be thrown his way. So even if he's thinking about appealing, You know, there's a lot of things that you could appeal, not necessarily having to do with his guilt. It could be a procedural thing that the prosecution messed up when you appeal something. So I do think on balance, he really just needs to go full force and get on his knees and beg.
What he can't, well, what he's very careful of saying is, I'm sorry I transported them for the purposes of sex work. He didn't say that. He goes, I'm sorry for domestic violence. I'm sorry for hurting people. So he can admit that without admitting technically or specifically the crimes that he was convicted of. Joe, I just want to give everybody an update. Sean Combs stands at the defense table. Oh, okay. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. So this is him speaking. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Joe, that's the first statement we've heard from Sean Combs in open court today. Oh, at least regarding an apology.
Yeah, and you know, he's, you know, it's kind of like I'm standing here going, okay, you know, keep coming, you know, what else, right? You know, he's saying, frankly, what's going to be expected to be said. And it's interesting, to your point, he's kind of seems to be apologizing, like in writing and sometimes, to, you know, towards the things that he didn't get convicted for. But we're having this whole discussion about making sure that acquitted conduct is not included. So once again, you've got these, you know, you've got these different dynamics playing out, and it's going to be interesting to see where it goes and how believable he comes out, and can he come off like it's not about him? Can he come off like it's not him being narcissistic? And can he come off understanding in the eyes of the judge, in the eyes of the public, why maybe he ought to get more time? And despite that, I'm asking you, Your Honor, to give me less time, and here's why. Is there an acknowledgement that you're not unreasonable for doing any of this? He's not going to give up the ghost on all that because they want to keep all their appealable issues. But how is he going to come off the way that he needs to come off to maximize his opportunity?
Well, this is the next thing you just said. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. Remember, he hasn't been charged with domestic violence. He wasn't convicted of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people, meaning the video of him beating Cassie Ventura. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Okay, so let me break this down in real time, Serena. So now he's apologized both to Cassie and Jane. Again, not for transporting them for sex work, but for hurting them for domestic violence. He goes, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Now, again, your thoughts on this, because this really is the first time he's had an opportunity substantively to make a comment about this.
Yeah, and I completely agree with both of you that he's being very specific about what he's apologizing for. And he has to. It is true. He wants to show that complete remorse without really admitting to certain things. Look, this is the opportunity and the time where a defendant who has been convicted gets on his knees and begs for mercy. Whether a judge is already too jaded to really believe him, which I would not blame him for, is to be seen, right? It's very easy to be sorry now. It's very easy to say the things that he's saying after he's been convicted. Now, I do want to say that everybody does have the right to a trial. And I don't necessarily think that him taking the case to trial should be held against him and should be deemed as him not being remorseful. But on the other hand, here he is having tried to fight all of the allegations and only now making any sort of admission to any issues. So I don't think a judge is going to be very much swayed by this newest apology, just like any other defendant.
So just let everybody know, my battery's breaking up a little bit. I couldn't hear that last part, Serena. We're going to work on getting this fixed, but I do want to give everybody an update. So Sean Combs says, I hate myself right now. I have been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Sierra, I go to you. As somebody who's been following this case from the beginning, what are you taking away from what he's saying?
I mean, this is a day of reckoning for Sean P. Diddy Combs, and something that we were hypothesizing before we finally were hearing the words that he was saying was that he may, in fact, point out the victims in this case and apologize. I mean, I believe we talked about that just minutes ago, and here he is doing just that. My question in all of this, I will be very interested to see what Elizabeth Milner says when she comes out, because right now she is in the courthouse, so she is there watching P. Diddy as he's saying these immortal words. I want to know his emotion in all of it. I mean, we can read the words. He's saying, I'm sorry to Cassie. I'm sorry to Jane. I'm sorry to my children and my mother. You taught me better. I threw everything away. I ruined everything. But what is the emotion there? Is it just words? Is he completely stone cold face? Or is he crying? Is he upset? And I think all of these things are something that Judge Arun Subramanian will be clocking, because I mean, that's really what it is. Is he truly sorry? Is he truly remorseful for everything that he's done? I mean, he's now been convicted of a crime here, the transportation to engage in prostitution, which, to your point, Jesse, we haven't heard an apology for all of that. We've heard an apology for the domestic violence side of things. And I mean, I will just guess that Diddy might go on for a bit longer, as it is his first time really to address all of these accounts. But I want to know the emotion behind all of it.
It's a great point, and that's obviously something that Elizabeth Milner would know, because she's inside there. She can hear it for herself. But if we're clocking this, if we're clocking that he's not directly addressing the federal crimes that he was convicted of, you know Judge Subramanian's going to say it too. He says, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let you all down. People can change. I know I've changed. There is a part about this, Joe, and he goes, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Now, Joe, look, we're criticizing parts of this from a legal point of view, from a human point of view. Could the judge be persuaded that this is a guy who's really learned his lesson, that could be a force of good, that he wasn't convicted of racketeering and sex trafficking, that while transportation to engage in prostitution is a serious crime, and there were elements of violence and drugs that were a part of it, and this happened many times, that perhaps he should not have to spend a significant portion of his life now in prison?
Here's what I say, at the risk of coming off like I'm banging on Diddy, and this is not a banging, Diddy day kind of thing for me. But if he's learned his lesson in 14 months, he'll learn it better in 2 or 3 years. And so what that means is there's got to be another reason over and above him learning his lesson. That's part of it. But over and above him learning his lesson, for him to be released more sooner than later. And that could be the force of good that he could be. I don't want to minimize that. I don't want to minimize the fact that he's, he's got ingenuity. He's creative. He has a huge platform. Everybody's going to be watching the things that he does next. And so that would have to be more the reason to let him get out earlier. Because again, he knows how to succeed. And in all of these areas where he says, because of, he lost his father and it made him more likely to be a domestic abuser or whatever that was, he overcame the odds in so many other ways. So that doesn't fly either. So it's really got to be his ability to do something maybe that almost nobody else could do coming from this situation. So I'm not going to minimize the power of that and how the judge may evaluate that, but it's going to have to be that even more than just learning the lesson.
He just said, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them. I thank them for not guilty. Serena, back to you. Your thoughts on this?
Well, here's the thing. Sean Diddy Combs always had a platform to tell his story. He didn't need to be convicted of heinous crimes to be able to inspire people and use his power for good. I feel it's such a shame that somebody who did come from such a difficult and broken background and was able to pursue his dreams and get there, then turned around and used it to manipulate people, to harm people, people who are very vulnerable to him. And he used his power for bad. Maybe he did some good things. Maybe his children love him. That's true. But there are many, many convicted felons with children who were innocent and are always going to be innocent, waiting for their fathers or mothers to come home. He's not unique in that situation. What made Sean Combs unique is that he grew out of a terrible situation, and instead of using that to better his community and better the people around him, he used them and ended up doing these heinous crimes towards the women in his life. So I don't know that it rings so favorably to a judge that he's now telling his story in this way.
Well, he might have been listening to us because, Sierra, you know what he just said? I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. Again, I've heard sometimes we have both heard statements from defendants when they're sentenced. Sometimes it really have no impact. Sometimes they're saying the jury got it wrong, I'm innocent. Sometimes their words kind of are hollow. By the way, Sean Combs just rapped. He says, no matter what anyone says, I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm curious from your perspective, does this one stand out to you, Sierra? Is it different?
I think this does stand out. I mean, just minutes ago, we were saying, okay, we haven't heard about the Mann Act. We haven't heard about the transportation to engage in prostitution. And we said Judge Arun Subramanian would be clocking this. So it seems as though this may be a strategic move on the path of P. Diddy to mention this and to say, right out of the gate, hey, I'm sorry to Cassie, Jane, etc., all the people that he hurt and how. Then he talked about his family, and then now he's talking about his conviction here. And I do have to wonder if perhaps he went through and, talked it through with his defense attorneys. Hey, here's what I'm thinking of saying. What do you think I should include? What do you think I should, exclude? All of those sort of things. I think it's interesting that he says this isn't any sort of scheme here in order for me to get less time. Make an example out of me in the way that I can go on and share my story. And this kind of goes to what Serena was saying. P. Diddy was already a public figure. He didn't have to be convicted of a crime like this in order to share his story. I mean, we've seen a lot of other celebrities who have gone through addiction or things like that who haven't been convicted and then show us a positive change as a role model. So I think it's interesting, but I do think it's strategic. He brought up the Mann Act.
Okay, Serena, what did you say to me before? You go, if he might change his opinion, he might take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Judge says, let's take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
How much case law can...
Is he changing his sentence?
Oh, man, 5 minutes is that perfect amount of time to show that you're taking it seriously, but not yet quite enough time to really change the words that you were planning on saying. I don't think that he's going to change what he intended to say when he first started today's session. I think he obviously wants to give everybody a break. He wants the optics of showing that he is taking everything in that came out today, but it doesn't feel to me like 5 minutes is enough to really change what he was planning on saying, in my opinion.
Is that because, and if you agree, Joe, is that because what Sean Combs said was very similar to what he wrote in the letter? It doesn't change the narrative in any way. It may be different to hear it directly from Sean Combs himself. There were potential variations, taking full responsibility for the Mann Act convictions. But if you agree with Serena, is that because it's really not substantively on a whole different from what the judge already read in that letter?
Yeah, and that I think he's going to be more inclined to be moved by the letters of others and the sentencing guidelines and the things that are already in place. Anyway, the question is how much he moves off the dime from that. Again, he should consider what was said today. I think I said that earlier, but he probably had an idea what he was going to do. And P. Diddy, he himself, maybe he was tipping toward the judge was tipping toward doing whatever he was going to do. And there's a question as to whether he could move it a tick one way or the other by saying what he would say. But I think he had a good idea where he was going to be. And I think that considering what other folks would have to say would probably be equally important, and maybe even more so.
I believe it's fine, just said. The judge will ask you what you think, Jesse Weber. I don't think so. I don't think the judge is interested in what I have to say. What are we predicting in terms of a sentence here now that we are only potentially a few minutes away? We've been covering it all day. Sierra, we've been covering it for months now. I'll start with you. What are you anticipating for a sentence for Sean Diddy Combs after he was convicted of these 2 Mann Act violations?
I think that, per what Serena says, Judge Arun Subramanian came into this with a thought in his mind of what he wanted the sentence to be. He's going to consider it for his next 5 minutes. But if you're asking me, my prediction is still that 5 to 7 year range. I don't think that he's going to go on the lower end, what the defense wants, that 14-month sentence. I don't think it's going to be quite as long as what the prosecution is hoping for with the 11 years, which is a significant amount of time. But 5 to 7 years to me is still pretty significant. I mean, if we're talking about his young daughter, Love, she's, a toddler at this point. Add 5 years and she's nearly headed into later elementary school. That's a huge chunk of a child's life. And so I do think the 5 to 7 year range, I'm maybe going to guess 5 years if that's my guess.
Serena, I'll ask you what you think in terms of a sentence, and also what can we expect from Judge Arun Subramanian? Is he going to be making a significant long statement as well?
So I agree with Sierra. I'm looking single digit sentence here. I think the judge is going to probably just meet in the middle between, the lower end of the sentence and the 11 years that the prosecution is asking for. So I would be comfortable saying probably 5-6 years is around where I think this will land. And like Sierra mentioned, the charges that he was actually convicted of are serious, but in the grand scheme of things, with respect to the RICO charge that he could have been facing, are far less severe than what he would have been facing. So I do think there's going to be a significant cut on the sentence. And the judge is going to give a statement, probably not an extraordinarily long statement, but a statement explaining his rationale, a statement that says, I've heard from both sides. I credit such and such from this side of the bench. I credit such and such from this side of the bench. I don't find these particular arguments persuasive. He's going to break it down a little bit, and he's going to give his rationale and then probably end with the actual sentence amount.
You tell me, Joe, is there a possibility he could really significantly downgrade this to 14 months, 16 months, 18 months? Why? Because he said earlier, after hearing the children, it was important to hear them. It was important to hear them. He just heard Sean Combs. His defense attorneys, almost all of them spoke. I believe almost all of them spoke. I don't know if that changed his consensus about this. You heard Sean Combs talk about the vile conditions he was in for over a year. Is that matter? Does that not? He wasn't convicted of the more serious charges, which, by the way, when you talk about Mann Act convictions and when they can reach the higher end of the scale, it's when they're usually coupled with a sex trafficking operation or a racketeering operation. There was violence a part of this. There were aggravating conditions a part of this. But are we looking at it the wrong way? Could the judge come back and shock us all and say 14 months, 18 months, Joe?
It's possible, but I don't think it's probable because, among other things, if he really deviates a long way down, I think he's going to have some explaining to do. And so he's going to explain himself anyway, right? But I don't know that people jump up and down and say, there's some people that really love Diddy, that he comes in too high. Oh my God, he gave him 8, 9, 10 years. The sky is falling. There might be a few people. I think there will be more people that may say that this was a slap in the face of the people that were the victims in this case, et cetera, et cetera, if he really deviates down a great deal. So I think where we end up arriving is still somewhere in the sentencing guidelines. I think we stay there. Now, it's possible. I don't think we're looking at it the wrong way, Jesse, but it's possible that despite how we're looking at it, judge being the judge can say that for some reason, this is an unusual circumstance. I think he's gone through enough. I'm compelled by him saying X, Y, Z. He was not convicted of those other crimes. I'm looking at it in light of the crimes that he was actually convicted of, et cetera, and arrive there. I don't think it happens that way.
Him saying, I want you to make an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. To me, that felt like a powerful statement, particularly, again, you go to this idea of the work that he's been doing inside. And if we take him at his word, he genuinely feels remorseful, wants to lead a different life, has the opportunity, the resources, the prestige, where people will listen and maybe they can change their lives. In that sense, if we take it all as true, there is a benefit there, but it doesn't negate what he did. It doesn't negate what he was convicted of. It doesn't negate that there are victims in this case. It's not a victimless crime. Sierra, we have this comment from It's Me, Trish. He wasn't worried about his child or his children when he did all of this. Why should the judge worry about the child?
That's a hard one, because if we're talking about children, they're innocent in all of this. I mean, none of us really picked our parents. I'm sure Diddy's children, they didn't pick him as a dad. They just kind of, were born, and that's what it was. And so the kids are innocent if you're thinking about it in that way. They didn't choose their dad. They didn't choose that he would be caught up in all of this and go into the conviction. So if we're looking on that hand and that sort of thing, yeah, it is valuable to consider that these kids would be raised without their father, and that's tricky. However, to the point of whatever our viewer was who wrote in this question, was P. Diddy thinking about his kids when he violated the Mann Act, when he did this crime that he's now been convicted of? If he really was a great dad, we're showing the video here of him being, a caring father who's a family man. But was he thinking about his children when he was going through and all of the allegations that we heard at trial a lot?
So sorry to interrupt. I want to let you know, Judge Subramanian is back. He has begun officially delivering his sentence. He says to the court, he says to Sean Combs, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. So he's not being sentenced for racketeering. He's not being sentenced for sex trafficking. But under 3553, which, by the way, is the federal statute regarding imposition of a sentence, under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Okay, so we're stopping right there. We're waiting for these updates to come in real time. Serena, does that I'm going to tell you, there's a but, right? Yes, you've done many things, but, and that might not be good for Sean Combs.
When a judge gives any sort of remarks like that, there's always a but. And when you start hearing good things, be prepared for the flip side, because it's coming. And I will say, to your earlier comments about turning life around, this is a very different type of crime than your typical one-day event. Yes, he was a great guy in certain other aspects of his life, perhaps, but he was living a lifestyle of these crimes. It's very different from a defendant who appears in front of a judge who had one bad day, right? Got robbed one person, got into a fight with one person and stabbed that person. This was a lifestyle.
Okay, another update. Judge says, we saw the video. The free game course in the MDC, the court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. And when that's true, by the way, the factors to be considered in imposing a sentence are I'm looking at the statute, the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence to be imposed, the kinds of sentences available, the kind of sentence and the sentencing range, any pertinent policy statement, the need to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities among defendants. So just looking for an update here. Okay. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Joe, this isn't good for Sean Combs.
No, it's not good for Sean Combs, because he started off with good stuff and he says, but on the other hand, you know what I mean? Because to my mind, it could be different, but a lot of times you start off with the part, not with the part that you're going to end with. You know what I mean? Here's the good news, but here's the bad news, and here we are because of the bad news, as opposed to here's the bad news, and here's the good news, and here's where we are because of the good news. I think the order of things may dictate that, you know, he's going to come at him, and it's not going to be a low end type sentence.
Sierra, this is very consistent with what we talked about before, where that video was being played of Sean Combs, where you look at his history of helping others, you look at his works in the community. You and I had talked about it. The argument would be, yes, but at the same time, he was committing crimes. Or after his apology video for Cassie, he was accused of committing crimes. It seems that the judge is being consistent with this. And I apologize if I have to cut you off if the judge says something, but your thoughts?
No, please do cut me off because I want the updates as much as you do, Jesse, and so do our viewers. But I think it's confusing here, right? But two things can be true. P. Diddy can have all the love in the world for his children, and he can be a great dad to them. But on the other side of the coin, he did commit these acts, and it is violence. And I think the thing that was most telling to me from what we've heard. All right, let's hear that update, Jesse.
Sierra, I'm going to throw it right back to you, but this is the judge. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Again, Sierra, it was the idea of this happened so many times. I said I think that was something the judge was going to consider here.
And what he said very specifically is that I was sitting right here. I heard the testimony. And I think that is what is so vital when we were talking about the way that the judge was going to end up with all of this sentencing, is the fact that it wasn't today he decided it. It wasn't in the 3 months that he had to go through and read all of those letters. No, it was when he was sitting there in the courtroom, seeing Cassie and Jane and Mia and all of the testimony there, that this happened over and over again. It wasn't, to your point, to what Serena said earlier, this wasn't a one-time thing. This was a pattern of abuse that the prosecution put on and displayed, and then here we have a conviction. And so I do think that all of this is kind of running through Judge Arun Submaranian's mind as he's coming forth, putting down this sentence, because, I mean, it's really hard to ignore.
All right, Judge, this just came in. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, an investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Serena, that is the key here. That is something we have talked about during the course of the day. It didn't deter him. There were significant episodes that came out after the investigation, after the apology. He was arrested with materials in his hotel room that would indicate a freak off. I think we're looking here at maybe 5 to 7. I don't know yet. What can happen any second, but I think we're looking at significant prison time here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judge makes an incredible note that, you know, you've had the chance to deter. You were not deterred. You were given an opportunity over and over again, specifically during the investigation, and you can't be stopped. And if you can't be stopped, I'm going to have to be the one to stop you.
Yep. And by the way, the judge has considered his history. He said about the fact that, he became Sean Combs after his father died. That is especially impressive given the early and violent death of your father and the trauma that must have left. So he's appreciating all this, but at the same time, he's hitting all the factors and he's talking about the evidence that came out during the course of this trial. He just said, Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there, bleep his bleep, bleep him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Now I'm wondering here, Joe, are we talking double digits?
I think we're going a little higher. We'll see how high we go. But 5 to 7 at least, and maybe even a little bit more. That's what it's sounding like. And there's an argument that the record supports that. Diddy was extra arrogant, and the length of time, I think, is incredibly persuasive and moving for the judge. Obviously, this is not something that happened once or twice and he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. This was built into what Diddy did. This was his culture, and he was truly lawless, just to put it where it really is. And so, the judge has been very honest about, I don't think that this deters you. And, I tell you that tracks with me. Maybe we're all wrong, but to go off of what we've had happen and had said and had done and the trial record, that's not unreasonable for the judge to say that.
I am wondering also, Serena, if this is grounds for an appeal where the court says, I'm not sentencing you on racketeering or sex. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. Okay, hold on one second. I'm getting the sentence right now. Okay, here we go. Oh boy.
I'm sweating.
Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. Now, I don't know if that means that that's the actual sentence right now, but 135 months is over 11 years in prison. So over 11 years in prison would be more than necessary. That's what the judge is saying here, Serena. I don't know if that's the official sentence as of yet. We're waiting to get confirmation about that. But what does that say?
Well, just to throw that number out there like that means that at least he was considering the 11 years that the prosecution put forth, and maybe even more than that. It sounds like he's kind of tempering it, like that is more than necessary and it'll be less than the 11. But it also sounds like he at least considered it very seriously as an option.
Now I'm wondering, Sierra, are we talking 7 years? I mean, again, it's something we talked about earlier. Maybe the benefit of the family speaking and the benefit of the work that he's done was not to get to 11 years, but not to go lower than the 5 to 7 range. So that may have been the benefit, but I'm wondering if 7 years is what we might be looking at. Again, I'm waiting for official confirmation on the sentence here, Sierra.
I think that is possible here, that maybe he's saying, okay, yes, the prosecution, the government brought forward this number of 11 years. Yeah, that is more than necessary based on, we actually have an update, Jesse. I'm going to throw back to you.
Yep. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. So anybody that thought he would get 20 years, that's not happening. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served, that would not be sufficient. So he has rejected the defense's recommendation of 14 months. In other words, Diddy is not getting out of prison. He is not getting out of prison today. When he would, we're waiting. I'm not, it's not like I have these updates and I'm purposely delaying. I'm getting to them in real time as we are getting them. Sierra, so again, we're now looking at between 14 months and 11 years. But I guess, again, going back to this idea of, are we looking at 7?
I mean, all speculation as of right now, but I think the most important thing is what you just said there, Jesse. P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is not getting out of jail today. And the 14-month recommendation that the defense brought has just been thrown completely out the window. The judge says, no, that's not sufficient enough. And I think what he's saying could be taken in a couple of different ways. One, that the 11 years is sufficient. Yes, I mean, based on your conviction here, because again, remember, this is a conviction. 11 years makes sense. It checks out. I agree with the prosecution. But to what Serena said earlier, perhaps, and we do have a new update. Jesse,
I think we have the official sentence right now for Sean Diddy Combs. After being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, the judge has just said, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So 50 months of incarceration is a little over 4 years. It's 4.16 years in prison. Now, that is a bit lower than what the range was of 5 to 7 years, Sierra. Let's start there. If I'm reading this correct, and we're talking 50 months, and I'm waiting for, we have another update coming in. I'm just waiting to see what it is. But right now, it appears that Sean Combs has officially been sentenced to 50 months of incarceration. So 4 years in prison. You talk about time served, right? About a year. Are we talking now then 3 years, right, Sierra?
Yeah, so about 3 more years based on the 1 year that he has already served. And I guess, I mean, it is a win for P. Diddy, and that the government asked for 11. You know, the recommendation was 5 to 7, which a lot of us guessed would happen. I mean, yes, he wanted to be out today. That was his goal. The defense, of course, wanting the 14 months. But 3 years compared to the 11 that the judge says, yeah, that's warranted. I mean, there's a huge difference in the range there, more than a decade versus less than half of a decade. We've got another update,
Yep.
Jesse, back to you.
Yep. Serena, Sean Combs was sentenced to 50 months of incarceration by Judge Subramanian, so a little over 4 years. That minus the 14 months already served. Is that the appropriate sentence, Serena?
Well, I'm sure Diddy is not thrilled to not walk out today, but he should be pretty happy with his defense team, because I think the judge giving less than half of the prosecutor's recommendation and also less than what the pre-sentence report had said is a win for him. I do believe that 4 years is a win in this particular case.
Joe, what did it? Was it his letter? Was it the letters of family? Was it the children speaking? Was it the work that he's doing behind bars? Was it the nature of these charges? You know, as much as we say that the judge was not convinced to throw out the charges, right? The defense put forward that motion saying transportation to engage in prostitution should be thrown out. This is not prostitution. It's protected by the First Amendment. The judge didn't buy it. But the argument, hey, he wasn't convicted of racketeering. He wasn't convicted of sex trafficking, just the prostitution charges. Can't create a disparity based on other defendants who are sentenced. Maybe 4 years is appropriate and won't be overturned on appeal.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had to position this a certain way. And there's a couple things to figure in. First of all, we got to go back to the fact that the defense did an enormous job in getting him off of the most serious charges, right? So we're talking about something that's going to be smaller and it's going to be less time anyway. Next, there's a probation department recommendation, right? Which put things at a certain place. And it sounded like, even though the judge talked about how 11 years wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable, and he said 14 months would have been entirely unreasonable if I am hearing it correctly, he still is in line in that he doesn't want to do something that'll necessarily be appealable, and he wants to arrive somewhere not too far afield from the recommendations themselves. And so, again, here's Diddy in a situation where he did a lot better than he might have. And, you know, that 3 years is going to go by in no time. And the day that he was found guilty of most of everything, it ensured that he would have a date that he would get home at some point anyway. So he will get home. He's better off than he may have been, than a lot of people would have been, even though he's not coming home today.
Serena, does he serve the full 3 years, or does he serve 85%? In other words, would he serve 2.5 years?
So there is opportunity for him to get out earlier on good behavior. And so the calculation is not exact. And time will tell whether he will be getting out with some time off from the full 3. I know it's a 4-year sentence. Obviously, the 14 months counts. You already deduct that. I mean, that's definitely coming off because he does have credit for the time served. So already it's less than the sentence that he's getting, the 4 years. But yeah, he could very easily be walking out sooner rather than later. So the children will have their father home sooner than they expected. And as Joe mentioned before, he can be on his comeback tour, in no time.
We had a poll up. What do you think Diddy's sentence will be? So 31% said less than 5 years. They were correct. It's interesting as we're processing the sentence of 4 years, time served 3, maybe 85%, so 2.5, 3 years to serve behind bars. I wonder if he's actually going to now have to serve it at the MDC because it's it's a lesser sentence than we were anticipating. I will say the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the costs of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment of $200. Sierra, I go to you. This is interesting because I also wonder what the reaction is going to be outside that courthouse in a few minutes. what we're going to hear from the attorneys, what we're going to hear from supporters of Sean Combs, what we might be hearing from potential victims or people who are there opposed to Sean Combs. Are you seeing anything outside since the sentence has been read?
You know what's interesting, Jesse? After the verdict came down, you could feel it in the air. It was, intense. You could actually feel the emotion. Now that the sentence has been handed down, it seems to me like no one around us actually knows that it was handed down. I mean, it did just happen. We're probably one of the first ones to report it at all, but there's been no commotion. There's been no cheering. There's been no free Diddy, in support of Diddy. There's been no opposition to Diddy. That has been pretty interesting to me overall. I mean, as far as what we're going to hear from the attorneys, I said this about the verdict, and I'm going to say it about this too. I think it's a win for P. Diddy. I mean, the fact that he was up against this RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, had he been convicted of that, he could have faced essentially the rest of his life behind bars. Now he had pretty much the lowest charge that he was convicted of, this transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, based on what Serena is saying with the 4 years, and maybe he could serve less based on, good behavior, etc., I'm going to say that's a huge win for Diddy, especially when his life was in the balance. And I wonder if that's what we're going to hear. I wonder if prosecutors are going to say, we asked for the 11 years. The judge says it was warranted, and yet we didn't get the 11 years. And I wonder if the defense is going to say, it's still too much. It's far too long. Get him out with his children. We're going to appeal. I mean, so there's still a lot ahead.
Well, first of all, the judge said this is, quote, hard time, but also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old. The judge says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Now, Serena, that is important. That's an important statement from the judge here, because there are those who will look at this and say, this is not enough time, that this doesn't recognize what the victims went through in a case like this, particularly Cassie, when we talk about the video that was shown. It's felt very deliberate on the part of the judge. But to be clear, the prosecution doesn't have grounds to appeal this. Oh, the judge said 11 years, gave 4. They can't fight this, right?
Correct. They can't. And I agree with you that it does seem like the judge was issuing a little bit of an apology to the women, to Cassie, to the victims for this sentence, which is an interesting point. I mean, the judge obviously knows that unlike most cases, this will be publicized one way or another. People will have very strong opinions about the fact that a 4-year sentence really calculates to basically like 2.5 more years in prison for Diddy. Which does feel probably to the victims a little bit like a slap on the wrist. So I do think that that statement was necessary from the judge. I don't know that it's going to fix the feelings that Cassie and others may be feeling right now.
Joe, we have a question from Jane Elaine. The judge specifically mentioned that he exploited women, but that wasn't the charge. So does he have grounds to appeal and get the sentence overturned?
No, I don't think that he will. Again, there's a lot of crossover in terms of some of the things that occurred. There's an argument. This is a form of exploitation, transferring somebody across state lines, transporting them for purposes of prostitution. So I don't think that there will be grounds just because of the words that he used in this context. And again, there's a lot of gray area here in terms of the crossover between the crimes. There are some larger statements to be made. Not every statement that he made is within the confines of the trial of what he was tried and convicted of. So in other words, if he was to say, for instance, Diddy, you've done some bad things. Well, yeah, he has done some bad things. And he's talking generally about the fact that he's done some things that are reprehensible, et cetera. So not every word he's going to use. I think there's an argument that he did exploit women. I think that it is a form of exploitation to transport someone across state lines, et cetera. So there's not going to be this technical violation for using that word as an example.
You think about what he's about to go through here, Serena. If you, by all accounts, the way that he described it in his letter, today in general, it was hell. I mean, he went through a year of hell in that MDC. No, I'm not, no sympathy there, but you think about what he's going to go through now, maybe potentially another 3 years of that, whether it's there or another facility. What is his life going to look like now?
Well, MDC is really a hellhole, like you mentioned. But the truth of the matter is everybody who's incarcerated there goes through that, not just Sean Diddy Combs. He does have this platform to kind of educate people now about the prison conditions and jail conditions, and that's great. But it's not like he's special. It's not like he's unique. Everybody who gets accused of a crime and detained while facing those charges has to go through that. His life is going to be not so great. I mean, if he goes upstate, it'll probably be better than it has been at MDC, to be honest with you. He'll probably have better treatment upstate than he's had at MDC. That being said, obviously he's going to be isolated. He's not going to have his freedom. He's not going to have this publicity, where he goes to court and everybody talks about him. So hopefully he'll have some time to reflect on all of this. Maybe he'll do some good back there. He'll help some fellow inmates, entertain them or whatever else it is. And then when he comes out, hopefully he'll be changed. But it does seem like quite a short period of time for him to be able to change behind the bars back there.
Judge Arun Subramanian just said this to Sean Combs, that he's likely in a dark place right now, but, quote, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. These letters, all those letters that I saw, show that you have a universe of people who love you. Let them lift you up now, just like you've lifted them up for so many years. Sierra, this is from a human point of view. I have to tell you, from a legal point of view, I'll tell you, Judge Arun Subramanian, throughout the course of this trial, I was very impressed with his rulings. I was very impressed with his demeanor, how he handled such a high-profile case with difficult subject matter. And to take the time to address both Sean Combs and to address the victims in this case in a very particular way, it says a lot about this judge. And I have to just tell you, from a personal point of view, I was very impressed with the way that he handled it. What's your take on this?
It's interesting that you bring that up, Jesse, because today, being back here in the Southern District of New York, I'm kind of going back in my mind and reviewing the case as a whole. I mean, I know I covered it every day. You did, Elizabeth did. So we all were kind of immersed in all of this. And I was thinking about how Judge Arun Subramanian really had the weight of the world on his shoulders today when it comes to the sentencing in terms of how much is at stake. And I was thinking back to all the rulings that he had previously made, and I thought that he was very diplomatic. I mean, I didn't personally see any sort of wild favoritism for one side or another. I thought that it was interesting today that he ruled that the victims were victims, that he was going to take into consideration some of the testimony in regards to, the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, in regards to this conviction on the transportation to engage in prostitution. But I do think he did a very good job of being fair, addressing Diddy, saying this isn't the end of the line for you. You said that you had remorse. You said that there was reform. You still can do that, while also acknowledging the huge amount of trauma that these victims have had to endure on a public stage, no less. This is, one of the most high-profile cases we've ever covered here on Law and Crime, and I think he did so very eloquently.
So the judge, by the way, later on, we're going to have Elizabeth Milner out, and we're going to do a special sidebar episode with her because I want to know what it was like in that courtroom when this sentence was handed down. I want to know what it was like when Sean Combs delivered his words. So we're definitely going to get her on to talk about that. What I do want to say, I want to thank everybody for coming on, and I want to get some final thoughts. So, Serena, I'll start with you. It's been a long day. It's been a long 2 years since this all began, really. It's been a long trial. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it's the end of a very long chapter, as you said. I think that the trial was comprehensive. I think the sentencing date was comprehensive. I do think that every single box was checked throughout this entire experience. It didn't feel rushed. It didn't feel like anybody dropped any balls, really. I mean, everybody fought for their side of the argument. And the judge, I agree with you, was listening and made rulings throughout that seemed thoughtful. and based on law. So look, I think that the judge came in with probably what he expected to say and didn't change what the sentence he anticipated giving was. I think that the sentence feels a little low, but I also understand that the defense did a nice job at making sure that Diddy was not convicted of the worst, and we're left with two crimes that really don't carry necessarily the lengthiest of sentences. So I think the judge tried to balance out everybody's arguments, look at the probation report, and kind of meet somewhat in the middle, but gave Diddy a little bit of a boost there.
Darling 618 asked me, Jesse, do you think this was fair? I don't know if fair is the word I would use. Do I understand it? Absolutely. Absolutely. This was not going to be a situation where he was going to get 20 years in prison. He wasn't convicted of the most serious charges. So without coupling that, without tying that to the prostitution charges, it mitigates it. It makes it less of a crime. But the amount of times that he did this, the level of violence that was used, the deception that was used, the aggravating factors that contribute to it, I understand that he's not getting out of prison today. I never, the idea of 14 months, it was a stretch. So it seems that from the statements from his family, the work that he's been doing, the impact he can have on the outside, it seems that the judge believes him, that he can be a force of good on the outside, that even deviating from the 5 to 7 range by a year, time served, 3 years, there are people who think it's too low. There's people who think it's too high. I will just say I understand it based on the law. Joe, I give you the word.
As it pertains to my thoughts, I thought that the judge was very fair all the way throughout, very thoughtful, did things the right way, and showed that he was thoughtful even when it came to this this final decision. There are victims here, and their job is to get through from day to day, even though with what they've gone through, they may never get over those things. And that's something that they always have to live with, and that my heart goes out to them because of that. Diddy was morally wrong all day long for all of these things. And on some level, he was legally wrong, but he had very good attorneys that ensured that he had a date. That means that one day he will get out. And the final thing that I'll say is that P. Diddy actually still has the opportunity to do everything he said he was going to do upon being released. It's not happening as soon as he wants it to, but take those same words that he just said to the judge and realize that basically the jury has already accepted that on some level, in that he was found not guilty on the most serious crimes. And he's going to get an opportunity to see if he's that guy, and he's forever changed, and he has learned his lesson. So years from now, we'll be able to have this discussion and say, did he really mean what he said at that point, or was he saying that just to get out in the moment? Time will tell. He still has every opportunity from a resource standpoint, even though he'll take a hit. If he doesn't have resources, he certainly knows how to get them. He can still turn this story into a positive. I don't believe his life is shattered as much as some of the victims are, to be perfectly honest with you. He has the opportunity to do everything he says he would do if he was released, because he's going to be released. So we'll see.
And let me leave it here. The judge had said to Sean Combs, your letter said you lost your way, but there's a true path to redemption here. What went wrong and what can be made right? And the judge told Sean Combs, I'm counting on you to make the most of that second chance. Joe Richardson, Serena Townsend, Sierra Gillespie, thank you all so very much for your incredible analysis and coverage. And Sierra, also a big shout out. You're out there with me for 8 hours today. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And everyone out there, thank you for staying with us for our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. It has been a pleasure to bring it to you. We will be back, as always, here on Long Crime with the biggest cases. I'm Jesse Weber. Have a great night.
Press 1 to subscribe. Hit the jackpot, baby.